Hey hey. Welcome back to Pervy Hermione. We've got something fire today. What if Harry called Muggle MI6 at age 7 and they discovered the entire wizarding world was real? Likes and subs keep us going. Alright, story time. Chapter 1. The boy who called the cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and shoe polish and something faintly sour that Harry had stopped noticing 2 years ago. He lay on his side on the thin mattress, knees drawn up because he'd grown again and the cupboard hadn't, and he pressed his fingers very gently against the bruise on his ribs. It hurt in that deep, slow way that meant it would be there for a while. Uncle Vernon's knuckles had been quick this time. Harry had dropped a plate, just one plate, and the sound of it shattering on the kitchen tile had been so loud that for a moment the whole house went silent, and then Vernon's chair scraped back, and Harry knew. He didn't cry anymore. He'd worked that out around 5. Crying made it worse and it didn't bring anyone, so he'd stopped. What he did instead was lie very still and breathe through his mouth and wait for the house to go quiet, which meant the Dursleys were in front of the television, which meant he had approximately 2.5 hours before anyone remembered he existed. The lock clicked shut from outside. Aunt Petunia's footsteps retreated. The television blared something about a car advert. Harry shifted and felt the sharp corner of something in his trouser pocket. He fished it out, a crumpled piece of newspaper that he'd grabbed from the recycling bin yesterday when he was taking it out. He'd been collecting bits of newspaper for months, reading them by the thin line of light that crept under the cupboard door. He liked the articles about faraway places. He liked the weather maps, though he didn't fully understand them. He liked the obituaries because they were about real people who had been loved, and someone had paid money to say so in print. This piece was different. He'd grabbed it because there was a photo of a German shepherd on one side. Harry liked dogs, but the other side had a column of small adverts and public notices. His eyes moved over them in the faint light. One of them read, "If you suspect criminal activity, fraud, or threats to public safety, contact the confidential government tip line, 0800 555. Harry read it 3 times. He wasn't entirely sure what threats to public safety meant, but he understood criminal activity. Mrs. Henderson at school had talked about it once during a stranger danger assembly. Hurting people was criminal. Hurting children was very criminal. She'd said if anyone ever hurt them, they should tell a trusted adult. Harry didn't have a trusted adult. He tried telling Mrs. Henderson herself, once, about the cupboard and the skipped meals, and she'd made a phone call, and a woman with a clipboard had come to the house, and Aunt Petunia had smiled her very best smile and shown the woman Dudley's second bedroom and said of course Harry slept there, and the woman had left, and that night Harry hadn't eaten for 3 days. But this was different, wasn't it? This wasn't a woman with a clipboard. This was the government. Harry wasn't entirely sure what MI6 was. He'd seen the letters in another article once, but he knew it was important and secret and that it was where spies worked. Spies were clever. They figured things out. They didn't just believe what people told them. He memorized the number. He read it again and again until it was burned into his brain. Then he folded the scrap and pushed it under his mattress with the others. Now he just needed a phone. The opportunity came on a Thursday. Aunt Petunia sent him to the shops with a £5 note and a list. Milk, bread, tin of beans. She didn't usually send him alone, but Dudley had a stomach ache, too many sweets after school, and she couldn't leave her precious boy writhing on the sofa. Straight there and back, she said, holding the money just out of reach until he nodded. Don't dawdle. Don't speak to anyone. Don't embarrass us. Yes, Aunt Petunia. And don't think I won't know if you spend a penny on yourself. No, Aunt Petunia. She dropped the note into his palm like she was releasing something diseased. Harry walked to the end of Privet Drive, turned the corner, and kept walking. The shop was 6 blocks away. The payphone was 4. He'd been planning this for 11 days. He'd found 20 pence on the ground outside the school cafeteria and kept it in his sock, transferring it each morning to whatever pair Dudley's hand-me-down rotation supplied. 20 pence. He had no idea if that was enough for a phone call. He didn't actually know how payphones worked. He was 7. The phone box stood on the corner of Magnolia Crescent, red paint peeling, one glass panel cracked. Harry pulled the door open, it was heavier than he expected, and stepped inside. It smelled like cigarettes and rain. The phone was mounted high on the wall and he had to stand on his toes. He lifted the receiver. Dial tone. He'd heard dial tones on the television. There were instructions on the wall, faded and scratched over with marker. He read them carefully. For a free call, dial the operator. For a paid call, insert coins. He looked at the number he'd memorized. 0800, he'd seen that before on adverts. Wasn't 0800 free? He dialed. His fingers were shaking, which annoyed him, so he pressed them flat against the metal keypad between each number. It rang. Once. Twice. 3 times. Government tip line, you're speaking with an operator. How can I direct your call? Harry's throat closed. The voice was female, professional, a bit bored. He gripped the receiver with both hands. Hello, the woman said. Is anyone there? Yes, Harry said. My name is Harry Potter. I live at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. My uncle hits me and they lock me in a cupboard under the stairs and they don't feed me sometimes and I've tried telling people but nobody believes me because my aunt and uncle are very good at lying. He said it all in one breath because he'd practiced it in his head for 11 days and he was afraid if he paused he'd lose his nerve. Silence on the other end. Then the woman's voice came back, and it wasn't bored anymore. Harry, how old are you, love? 7. I'll be 8 in July. Okay, Harry. I'm going to transfer you to someone who can help. Can you stay on the line? I have to buy milk, Harry said, because he did and because Aunt Petunia would time him. I can't be long. This won't take long, sweetheart. Just hold on. A click. Tinny hold music. Harry watched the street through the cracked glass and counted the seconds. Another click. A different voice, male, calm, with an accent Harry would later learn was Edinburgh. Harry. My name is James. I work for a department that helps children in your situation. Can you tell me everything from the beginning? So Harry did. He told James about the cupboard and the locks and the days without food. He told him about Dudley's gang chasing him at school and the teachers who looked the other way. He told him about the time Vernon grabbed him by the hair and threw him into the garden shed and he'd slept there overnight in November. He told him about the bruise on his ribs right now, and the one on his shoulder from last month, and the old one on his shin that had turned yellow. James listened. He asked short, precise questions. He didn't sound shocked or pitying. He sounded like someone who was writing things down and intended to do something about every single one of them. Then Harry said the thing that changed everything. There's something else, he said. The reason they hate me. My aunt says I'm a freak. She said my mom was one too, and my dad, and they died in a car crash because they were drunk and worthless, but I don't think that's true because sometimes things happen around me that I can't explain and it scares them and that's when it gets worst. What kind of things, Harry? Harry hesitated. This was the part where people stopped believing him. This was the part where their eyes went flat and they mentally filed him under troubled child, overactive imagination. But James had listened to everything else. And the number had said threats to public safety, which meant they dealt with unusual things, didn't they? I can make things move, Harry said quietly. Without touching them. If I'm angry or scared, things just happen. Last week Dudley was chasing me and I was running and I was on the ground and then I was on the school roof. I don't know how. I didn't jump. I was just there. And once Aunt Petunia shaved all my hair off because she said it was messy and it grew back by the next morning. All of it. Exactly the same. Silence. A long one. Harry's stomach dropped. You don't believe me, he said. I believe you, Harry, James said, and his voice had changed in a way Harry couldn't identify. It wasn't disbelief. It was something sharper. I believe every word. Now listen to me very carefully. Go back to the house. Do what they tell you. Don't mention this phone call to anyone. Can you do that? Yes. Someone is going to come for you, Harry. It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. But it will be soon. And when we come, we're going to take you somewhere safe, and no one is going to hurt you again. Do you understand? You promise? Harry said, and hated how small his voice sounded. I promise. Harry hung up. He bought the milk, the bread, and the tin of beans. He walked home. He put the change on the kitchen counter. He went back to his cupboard. He lay on his mattress and pressed his fingers to the bruise on his ribs and waited. He was very good at waiting. 600 miles away, in a building that officially didn't exist on a street that appeared on no public maps, James Alderton pulled off his headset and stared at his screen for a long moment. Then he picked up his internal phone and dialed an extension that very few people in the building had clearance to use. This is Alderton in intake. I need to flag a call for Colonel Hale. Yes, I know what time it is. Tell her it's a sigil tag. Sigil was the internal code for unexplained phenomena. Things that came through the tip line that didn't fit into any normal category, strange lights, objects moving, impossible events witnessed by credible sources. Most of them were nonsense. Drunks, conspiracy theorists, people who watched too much television. But the protocol existed because once in a while, very rarely, the nonsense wasn't nonsense. Alderton had been in the department for 9 years. He'd flagged exactly 2 sigil reports in that time. Both had been quietly buried after investigation turned up nothing. This one was different. This was a 7-year-old boy with injuries describing teleportation and spontaneous tissue regeneration. Either the child was psychotic, which was a child welfare emergency, or the child was telling the truth, which was something else entirely. 20 minutes later, Colonel Margaret Hale walked into the intake office carrying a paper cup of tea and wearing the expression of a woman who had been reading briefing documents in bed when the phone rang and was not yet sure whether she was irritated or intrigued. She was 53 years old. Slim, angular, with short gray hair and reading glasses she wore on a chain around her neck when she wasn't using them. She dressed like an academic, wool trousers, silk blouse, sensible shoes, because she'd found early in her career that people who dressed like spies were invariably useless at being spies. She'd been with MI6 for 28 years. She'd run networks in East Berlin before the wall came down. She'd handled assets in Iraq, Pakistan, and 3 countries she still wasn't allowed to name in casual conversation. She was, by any reasonable measure, one of the most experienced intelligence officers in the United Kingdom. She was also the person in charge of the filing cabinet in sub-basement 3 that everyone called the weird drawer. Play it, she said. Alderton played the recording. Hale listened with her eyes closed, tea cooling in her hand. When it finished, she said, "Play it again." He played it again. The child's voice, Hale said. The stress patterns. He's not performing. He's not constructing. He's reporting. That was my assessment. Hair growing back overnight. Teleportation under duress. Telekinesis linked to emotional state. She opened her eyes. You've checked the address. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging. It's real. Council records show it's occupied by a Vernon and Petunia Dursley. One son, Dudley, age 7. No record of a Harry Potter at that address, no school enrollment under that name at the local primary, no NHS records, no child benefit claims. Hale's eyebrows rose. A child is living at that address with no official paper trail. It appears so. Which means someone placed him there off the books, or he was placed there by someone with the means to obscure records, or the system was manipulated in ways we don't understand. Yes. Hale set her tea down. Get me a full background on the Dursleys. I want financials, employment records, neighbors, extended family. And the boy's name, Potter. Run it through everything. Not just our databases. Police, NHS, social services, births and deaths. I want to know who this child is and where he came from. Time frame. I want it on my desk before I finish this cup of tea, James. Alderton was good at his job. The tea was still lukewarm when he came back with a thin folder. Hale opened it and read it standing up. Petunia Dursley, née Evans. Vernon Dursley, employed at Grunnings, a drill manufacturing firm. Utterly, spectacularly ordinary. No criminal records. No flags. A mortgage, a car loan, a Tesco club card. The most boring people in England. Petunia had a sister. Lily Evans, later Lily Potter. Married one James Potter. Both deceased, October 31st, 1981. Hale paused. 'Cause of death. That's where it gets odd, Alderton said. There's a death certificate for both of them, but the cause is listed as household gas explosion. The address of death is listed as a residence in Godric's Hollow, West Country. But when I cross-referenced with local fire and rescue records, there's no report of any gas explosion at that address on that date. No police report either. Someone fabricated the death records. Or someone ensured the real cause never made it into the system. Hale turned the page. There it was. Harry James Potter, born July 31st, 1980, to James and Lily Potter. And then nothing. No guardianship paperwork, no adoption records, no foster care file. The child had simply appeared at 4, Privet Drive, and the system had never blinked. A ghost child, Hale murmured. Someone placed a baby with his aunt and uncle 6 years ago and erased every trace of the handoff. That takes institutional power. That takes, she stopped. She was thinking about the hair. About a boy on a rooftop with no memory of climbing. About objects moving when a child was afraid. She was thinking about the 17 other sigil reports in the weird drawer, going back 40 years. Strange lights over the Devon countryside. A pub in London that appeared on no map but multiple witnesses described visiting. A woman in Edinburgh who'd been reported for flying, and the file had been stamped closed, no further action by someone with a classification level that shouldn't have been anywhere near a local oddity report. Someone had been closing these files. Someone with clearance. For decades. James, Hale said, very calmly, I'm going to Surrey in the morning. I'm going to need a 2-person surveillance team, a child welfare liaison with the proper credentials, and a police unit on standby for a domestic abuse extraction. Full paperwork. I want everything legal, everything documented, everything by the book. If someone has been hiding this child, I intend to find him in a way that cannot be swept under any rug. And the sigil aspect? That, Hale said, closing the folder, I'll handle personally. Harry's Thursday night was the same as every Thursday night. No supper. Aunt Petunia said the beans were for tomorrow and he'd already been enough trouble for one day, so he lay in his cupboard and listened to the house settle around him. The Dursleys went to bed at 10:30. The pipes groaned. A car passed outside. He tried not to hope. Hope was dangerous at number 4. He'd hoped before, when the woman with the clipboard came, when a teacher gave him a concerned look, when a neighbor frowned at his bruises. Nothing ever came of it. The Dursleys were like a force field. Reality bent around them, smoothing over the ugly parts, and Harry stayed invisible. But the man on the phone, James, had sounded different. He'd sounded like someone who knew what invisible children looked like because he'd been trained to find them. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool wall of the cupboard and made himself breathe. Friday passed. Nothing happened. Saturday. Nothing. Sunday, Vernon cuffed him across the ear for breathing too loudly during the football match. Monday, school. Tuesday, Dudley pushed him down the stairs and Aunt Petunia told him to stop making a fuss. By Wednesday, the hope had gone cold and hard in his chest, like a stone he'd swallowed. He'd been stupid. It was just a phone number. Nobody was coming. Thursday morning, exactly 1 week after the call, the doorbell rang at number 4, Privet Drive at 7:45 in the morning. Harry was in the kitchen, making breakfast. Bacon for the Dursleys, nothing for himself. He heard the bell and didn't react, because the door was never for him. Aunt Petunia answered it. Harry heard her voice go high and tight in the way it did when she was surprised by something she couldn't immediately categorize as safe. "Can I help you? Mrs. Dursley? My name is Margaret Hale. I'm with the Home Office, Child Welfare Division." The voice was clipped, precise, pleasant. "I'm here to conduct a routine check on the well-being of all children registered at this address. May I come in? We've already had a visit from, there's been no complaint, I don't see why, it's quite routine, Mrs. Dursley. Shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Unless you prefer I come back with a court order. I have a judge on speed dial who owes me a favor, and he's a morning person." A pause. Then Aunt Petunia stepped back and Margaret Hale walked into number 4, Privet Drive. Harry saw her from the kitchen doorway. A tall, thin woman with gray hair and sharp eyes behind reading glasses. She wore a navy coat and carried a leather briefcase. She looked like someone's grandmother, if someone's grandmother also happened to be the smartest person in any room she walked into. Her eyes found Harry immediately. They swept over him in a single pass, his oversized clothes, his too thin frame, the fading bruise visible above his collar, and something in her expression tightened. It was small. If Harry hadn't spent his entire life reading faces for danger signals, he would have missed it. But he saw it. A flash of something cold and furious, there and gone in a heartbeat, replaced by a pleasant smile. "And this must be your nephew," Hale said. "Harry, is it?" "The boy is fine," Vernon said from the top of the stairs. He was in his dressing gown, face already reddening. "He's fed, clothed, and schooled. We've taken him in out of the goodness of, Mr. Dursley, I'm speaking with Harry at the moment." Hale didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. The words landed like a door closing. Vernon's mouth opened and shut. Hale crouched down so she was at Harry's eye level. Up close, her eyes were gray-green. Steady. They didn't slide away from him. "Harry," she said, "I'd like to see your room. Would you show me?" Harry looked at Aunt Petunia. Petunia's face was white. She was gripping the hallway table so hard her knuckles matched. "His room is upstairs," Petunia said quickly. "Second door on the," I asked Harry, Hale said, still looking at him. Harry made a decision. It was the kind of decision that doesn't feel like a decision at the time, it feels like jumping off a cliff because the cliff is on fire and the fall is the only direction left. He turned and opened the cupboard door. The cupboard under the stairs. The thin, stained mattress. The shelf of broken toys Dudley had thrown away. The row of coat hooks above the pillow, one of which Harry had bent into a reading light holder for the small torch he'd stolen from the garage. The crayon drawings on the wall, a crude sun, a house with a garden, 2 stick figures holding hands that Harry had drawn when he was 5 and still believed someone might come for him. The spider webs. The dust. The smell. Hale stood very still. She looked into the cupboard for a long time. "This is where you sleep," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Harry said. Behind them, Vernon had come downstairs. "Now look here, the boy is being dramatic, he has a perfectly good room upstairs, he simply prefers, Mr. Dursley." Hale straightened up and turned to face him, and something had changed in her. The pleasantness was gone. What was underneath it was worse, a cold, absolute precision, like a scalpel being unwrapped. In 30 seconds, I'm going to step outside and make a phone call. When I come back in, I will be accompanied by 2 police officers and a social worker. You and your wife will be arrested on suspicion of child abuse and neglect. The boy will be removed from your custody. If you attempt to interfere, obstruct, or in any way impede this process, I will add charges. If you attempt to contact anyone, a lawyer, a friend, anyone, before the police arrive, I will know, and I will add charges. Do you understand? Vernon's face had gone from red to purple to a strange, mottled gray. You can't, we have rights, I'll call my solicitor, you can call your solicitor from the station. Harry, come with me, please. Harry followed her to the front door. She opened it and stepped onto the porch, and Harry saw a black car parked across the street with 2 people sitting in it. Hale raised her hand and made a small gesture, and both car doors opened. Is this really happening? Harry said. Hale looked down at him. Yes. This is really happening. You're never going back in that cupboard. Harry nodded. His eyes were burning but he didn't cry. He was very practiced at not crying. Then, behind them, Vernon Dursley did something stupid. He charged. 300 pounds of furious, panicking man barreling down the hallway toward Harry with his hand raised and his face contorted and a sound coming out of him that was more animal than human, because in Vernon's mind, the boy had done this, the boy had called someone, the freak had ruined everything. What happened next took approximately 2 seconds. Harry flinched. It was instinctive, years of conditioning, his body bracing for impact. And as he flinched, every window on the ground floor of number 4 Privet Drive exploded outward. Not cracked. Not shattered in place. Exploded. The glass blew out in a horizontal spray, away from Harry, away from Hale, as if an invisible shockwave had rippled out from the boy and the house itself had recoiled. The front windows, the kitchen windows, the small frosted pane in the downstairs bathroom. Every single one, simultaneously, with a sound like a cannon shot. Vernon was thrown backward. Not by the glass, by something else. An invisible force that picked him up and slammed him into the wall at the end of the hallway hard enough to crack the plaster. He slid to the floor, groaning. Aunt Petunia screamed from somewhere upstairs. Dudley started crying. Harry stood on the porch, shaking, his hands balled into fists at his sides. The air around him felt thick and strange, like the static before a thunderstorm. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it just happens when, I'm sorry." Hale was standing 2 feet away. She had glass dust on her coat. A tiny cut on her cheek was beading blood. She hadn't moved. She hadn't flinched. She was staring at Harry with the expression of someone who has just watched the laws of physics politely excuse themselves from the room. "Harry," she said. Her voice was remarkably steady. "Did you do that?" "I don't know. I think so. It happens when I'm scared. Things just," he gestured helplessly. Hale reached up and touched the cut on her cheek. She looked at the blood on her fingertip. She looked at the shattered window frames, the glass on the lawn, the crack in the hallway plaster where Vernon was now sitting dazed and wheezing. "Right," she said. The 2 agents from the car had reached the porch. One of them, a young man with a military haircut, had his hand inside his jacket. The other, a woman with her hair pulled back, was speaking rapidly into a radio. "Stand down," Hale told them. "The situation is contained. Call it in as a domestic gas incident for the local responders. I want the boy in the car now. Davis, handle the arrest, local police are 2 minutes out. Jennings, secure the house. Nobody in or out until I say so." "Ma'am, what happened to the gas incident, Jennings?" "That's what happened." "Yes, ma'am." Hale took off her coat and draped it around Harry's shoulders. It was warm and smelled like tea and something faintly floral. Harry pulled it tight. His hands were still shaking. "Am I in trouble?" he asked. Hale led him to the car. She opened the back door and he climbed in. The seats were leather. There was a bottle of water in the cup holder and a packet of biscuits on the seat, chocolate digestives, the good kind. "You are the furthest thing from in trouble that I have ever encountered," Hale said. She sat down beside him and closed the door. "Eat a biscuit. Drink some water. We're going for a drive." "Where?" "Somewhere safe." Harry picked up the biscuits. He looked at them for a moment, then up at Hale. "The man on the phone said someone would come," he said. "He said I should wait. I waited a whole week." "I know you did. I thought nobody was coming." Hale's expression did something complicated. The scalpel sharpness softened, just for a moment, into something that hurt to look at. "I will always come, Harry," she said. "From now on. Do you understand? Wherever you are. Whatever happens. I will come." Harry ate a biscuit. It was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He ate 3 more and drank the entire bottle of water and then fell asleep with his head against the car door, Hale's coat wrapped around him, while Surrey disappeared behind them. He woke up in a room he'd never seen before. It was a bedroom. A real bedroom, not a cupboard, a room with a window and a proper bed with clean sheets and a pillow that wasn't flat and gray. The walls were pale blue. There was a desk with a lamp. A bookshelf with actual books on it. A wardrobe. A digital clock on the nightstand that read 2:47 p.m. Harry sat up. He was still wearing yesterday's clothes, Dudley's massive hand-me-down shirt and trousers held up with a frayed belt. Someone had taken off his shoes and placed them neatly by the door. There was a plate on the desk. A sandwich, cheese and pickle, an apple, and a glass of orange juice. A small note beside it, written in neat handwriting, "Eat this. Come find me downstairs when you're ready." Harry ate the sandwich in 4 bites. He drank the juice. He ate the apple down to the core and then sat on the bed and looked around the room and waited for someone to come tell him there'd been a mistake. Nobody came. The room stayed. The bed was real. The food was real. The pillow was unbelievably, absurdly soft. He went to the window. Outside was a quiet street in what looked like a residential neighborhood, brick houses, green lawns, a postman making his rounds. Not London. Maybe the outskirts. He didn't recognize anything. He found the stairs and went down. The house was modest, 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a sitting room, but clean and warm and nothing like Privet Drive. The furniture was plain and functional. No china dogs. No doilies. No photographs of Dudley. Hale was in the kitchen, sitting at a small table with a laptop and a stack of folders and a fresh cup of tea. She'd changed clothes, a gray jumper and dark trousers, and had a plaster over the cut on her cheek. She looked up when Harry appeared in the doorway. "Ah," she said. "There he is. Feeling better?" "Where am I?" "A safe house. Temporary, but secure. No one knows you're here who doesn't need to. Sit down." Harry sat across from her. The kitchen had a window over the sink with checked curtains and a small herb garden on the sill. It smelled like someone had recently made toast. "Harry, I'm going to be honest with you," Hale said, "because I think you've had quite enough of adults who aren't. My name is Margaret Hale. I don't work for the Home Office Child Welfare Division. That was a cover. I work for the Secret Intelligence Service, you might know it as MI6. Do you know what that is?" "Spies," Harry said. "More or less. I run a small department that deals with unusual things. Things that don't fit neatly into normal categories. That phone call you made last week was routed to my department because of what you described. The moving objects. The teleportation. The hair. You believe me about all that? Harry, I watched you blow out every window in a house without touching anything. Yes, I believe you. Harry's stomach tightened. I really am sorry about that. I can't control it. Stop apologizing. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. A grown man charged at a 7-year-old and the 7-year-old defended himself. Frankly, I wish you'd thrown him harder. Harry stared at her. No adult had ever spoken to him like this. Like what he could do was reasonable. Like he was allowed to defend himself. The Dursleys, he said. What happened to them? Arrested. Both of them. They're being processed as we speak. They will be charged with child abuse, neglect, and false imprisonment. They will not be coming near you again. Dudley? With his aunt, Vernon's sister. He's fine. Unpleasant woman, from what I'm told, but the boy isn't in danger. Harry nodded. He didn't feel sorry for Dudley exactly, but Dudley was 7 too, and it wasn't his fault his parents were monsters. Not entirely. Now, Hale said, leaning forward, I need to ask you some questions, and I need you to answer as honestly as you can. I know that's a big ask after what you've been through. Adults haven't given you much reason to trust them. But I'm going to earn that trust, Harry. Starting now. Okay. The things you can do. Moving objects. Appearing in places you weren't a moment before. Hair growing back overnight. When did they start? I don't know. Always, I think. As long as I can remember. Do they happen when you're calm? Or only when you're upset? Harry thought about it. Mostly when I'm upset. Scared or angry. But sometimes when I really, really want something. Like once I wanted a book from the library shelf but it was too high and it just fell off. Into my hands. Can you make them happen on purpose? I've tried. Sometimes it works. Mostly not. Hale nodded. She wasn't writing anything down, Harry noticed. She was just listening, the same way James on the phone had listened, with her full attention, like every word mattered. Your aunt, Hale said carefully. She called you a freak. She said your mother was one too. Did she ever say anything more specific? About what your parents could do? Harry dug into his memory. She said my mom got a letter when she was 11. From a special school. She said their parents were so proud, oh, Lily's so special, Lily's so gifted, and she said it was unnatural and wrong and that's where my mom met my dad and they were both the same. Freaks. A letter. From a special school. When your mother was 11. That's what she said. Hale picked up her tea, took a sip, and set it down. Her expression hadn't changed, but Harry had the sense that behind those gray-green eyes, things were moving very fast. Harry, I want you to know something. What you can do, whatever it is, however it works, is not freakish. It is not wrong. It is extraordinary. And I am going to help you understand it. But first, I need to make some inquiries, and that's going to take time. In the meantime, you are going to stay here. You are going to eat 3 meals a day, more if you want them. You are going to sleep in that bed upstairs. Tomorrow, a doctor is going to come and check you over, a real doctor, not someone your aunt chose. If you need glasses, you'll get proper ones. If you need a dentist, we'll sort that too. You don't have to, I know I don't have to. I want to. Massive difference. Now, is there anything else you need right now? Anything at all? Harry looked at the kitchen, the checked curtains, the herb garden, the woman across the table who had walked into his life 12 hours ago and taken it apart and put it back together pointing in a completely different direction. Could I have another sandwich? He said. Hale smiled. It changed her whole face, the sharpness dissolved and what was underneath was warm and real and slightly crooked, and Harry thought it might be the best smile he'd ever seen. You can have as many sandwiches as you want, she said. For the rest of your life. Later that evening, after Harry had eaten 2 more sandwiches and taken his first hot bath in recent memory and put on pajamas that actually fit, Hale had sent someone out for clothes that afternoon, guessing his size with uncanny accuracy. He lay in the blue bedroom and stared at the ceiling and tried to understand what had happened to him. He couldn't. It was too big. 24 hours ago he'd been in the cupboard. Now he was in a bed. 24 hours ago no one knew his name. Now a woman from MI6 was downstairs making phone calls on his behalf. It felt like dreaming, except in dreams things didn't smell like clean sheets and toast, and the pillow wasn't this soft, and his stomach wasn't this full. He rolled over and looked at the clock. 9:12 p.m. From downstairs, he could hear Hale's voice, low, clipped, rapid. She was on the phone. Harry had good ears. The cupboard had trained him to listen. Confirmed telekinetic event, witnessed personally. Structural damage consistent with a shockwave originating from the child's position. Glass displacement pattern was radial and uniform. This wasn't a gas main, this wasn't an accident, and I am done pretending the weird drawer is a joke. A pause. The other voice was too faint to make out. I don't care what protocol says. Protocol hasn't been updated since 1952 and it was written by people who thought this was hypothetical. It's not hypothetical anymore. I'm sitting in a safe house with a 7-year-old boy who can move objects with his mind, and according to his aunt, both his parents could do the same. There's a school. There's a community. There's an entire population of people who can do what this child does and they've been hidden from us, or we've been hidden from them, for God knows how long. Another pause. I need authorization for a full investigation. Not a file review, not a working group, not a bloody committee. A task force. Ring-fenced budget. My people, my rules, my timeline. And I need it yesterday, because somewhere out there, someone placed this boy with those animals on purpose, and I want to know who and I want to know why. More murmuring from the phone. Thank you, Director. I'll have a briefing document on your desk by morning. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't understand everything he'd heard, but he understood enough. The woman downstairs was fighting for him. Not because she had to. Not because someone told her to. Because she'd decided to. He pulled the duvet up to his chin. The pillow smelled like lavender. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Harry Potter fell asleep without being afraid of what would happen when he woke up. Margaret Hale did not sleep that night. She sat at the kitchen table with her laptop and her files and a pot of tea that she refreshed 3 times, and she built a case. She was good at this, it was what she'd done her entire career. Find the thread. Pull it. Follow where it leads. Don't assume. Don't project. Let the evidence talk. The evidence was talking, and what it was saying was insane. She'd pulled every sigil file from the archive, 18 of them, spanning 1947 to present. She laid them out chronologically and started looking for patterns. The 1947 file was the oldest, a farmer in Devon who reported seeing a man on a broomstick. Dismissed as shell shock. The investigating officer had noted in the margin, in pencil, subject was credible. Sober. No history of mental illness. I believe he saw what he says he saw. 1953, a London bobby reported an entire pub that appeared between 2 buildings on Charing Cross Road, visible one moment and gone the next. Multiple witnesses. File closed by someone with a classification stamp 3 levels above the bobby's pay grade. 1961, a postal worker in Ottery St. Catchpole described delivering mail to houses that weren't on any map. She'd asked locals, who looked at her blankly and changed the subject. File closed. 1974, an MI5 officer conducting routine surveillance on a suspected IRA sympathizer photographed a woman in a London park pointing a stick at a bench and turning it into a pig. The photograph was in the file. It was blurry, but the pig was unmistakable. File closed. The MI5 officer had been quietly reassigned to a desk job in Aberdeen. On and on. 18 incidents. 18 files. Every single one closed with no follow-up, most of them by someone with unusually high clearance for such minor cases. Someone had been watching the watchers. Every time the mundane world stumbled across the impossible, someone reached in and closed the file. Not destroyed, closed. As if they wanted the record to exist but didn't want anyone to act on it. Why? Hale leaned back in her chair and rubbed her eyes. It was 3 a.m. The house was silent except for the tick of the kitchen clock and the faint sound of a child breathing upstairs. She had a theory. She didn't like it, but she had it. There was a hidden population. People with abilities like Harry's, telekinesis, teleportation, spontaneous biological manipulation. They had their own infrastructure, schools, communities, gathering places. They'd been hidden for centuries, probably, behind some form of concealment that worked on perception as much as physics. And they had people inside the government. Or at least access to it. Someone who could reach into MI5 and MI6 filing systems and close investigations. Someone with clearance, or something that mimicked clearance. Which meant this wasn't just a discovery. It was a counterintelligence problem. Hale opened a new document and began typing. She titled it Operation Looking Glass, Initial Assessment. She wrote for 2 hours. When she finished, the document was 12 pages long, single-spaced, and it laid out everything: the sigil files, the pattern of closures, Harry's abilities, the reference to a special school, the anomalous death records for Lily and James Potter, and the complete absence of any official documentation for the placement of Harry with the Dursleys. Her recommendation was on the last page, underlined: this represents the single most significant intelligence gap in the history of the United Kingdom. An entire civilization exists within our borders, possessing capabilities that would be classified as strategic-level assets or threats by any conventional metric, and we have been unaware of it, or have been made to be unaware of it, for at least 50 years. Immediate investigation is required. She printed one copy. Encrypted the digital file. Deleted the working draft. Then she made a fresh cup of tea and sat in the kitchen and listened to the boy sleeping upstairs and thought about what came next. At 6 in the morning, she heard him stir. Footsteps on the landing, then the bathroom, then the stairs. He appeared in the kitchen doorway in his new pajamas, blue, with small white stars, and his hair sticking up at approximately 30 angles, and his glasses slightly crooked on his face. "Morning," he said cautiously. "Good morning. Eggs or toast?" "Both?" "Both it is." "Sit down." She made him scrambled eggs and toast with butter and a glass of milk. He ate all of it. She poured herself another tea and sat across from him and watched him eat with the steady, careful pace of someone who wasn't entirely sure the food wouldn't be taken away. "Harry," she said when he'd finished. "I want to tell you what happens next." He looked up. His eyes, green, startlingly green, behind those awful taped-together glasses, were wary but listening. "I've been given authorization to investigate what you can do and where it comes from. That means I'm going to be spending a lot of time working on this. It also means you're going to be staying with me for the foreseeable future, because you're the only person I've ever met who can do what you do, and that makes you very important. Not as a specimen or a test subject, I want to be clear about that. As a person. A child who needs protection and care and a stable home. But also as someone who might be the key to understanding something very, very big. The special school Aunt Petunia mentioned. Yes. And whatever community your parents were part of. And whatever happened to them. Because I don't believe it was a gas explosion, Harry, and I suspect you don't either." Harry shook his head slowly. "I've always known she was lying about that. I don't know how I knew. I just did. Then we'll find the truth. Together. But it's going to take time, and in the meantime, you need to be a 7-year-old. School, friends, a room of your own. Normal things. Can you do that? I've never really done normal things. Then this will be a learning experience for both of us. I've never raised a child. Harry looked at her. She looked at him. Something passed between them, not warmth, exactly, but recognition. Two people who had spent their lives being sharper than the world around them, suddenly finding someone who operated at the same frequency. Okay, Harry said. I can do that. Good. Now go get dressed. The doctor's coming at 9 and I want those glasses sorted out. You look like you've been sellotaped together by someone who actively hates optometry. Harry almost smiled. It was small and rusty, like a machine that hadn't been used in years and wasn't sure it still worked. It was, Margaret Hale thought, the most hard-won smile she'd ever seen. The doctor came at 9. Her name was Dar Patel, and she was calm, thorough, and visibly angry by the time she'd finished her examination, though she hid it well from Harry. The list she gave Hale afterward was clinical in language and devastating in content. Malnourishment, chronic. Evidence of multiple healed fractures, at least 2 of which had set improperly. Scarring consistent with blunt force trauma. Eyesight severely degraded, the prescription in his current glasses was 3 years out of date. Mild hearing loss in one ear, likely from a blow to the head. Dental neglect. Vitamin deficiencies across the board. This child has been systematically abused for years, Dr. Patel said, standing in the hallway while Harry was in the sitting room reading a book, the first book he'd ever been allowed to simply pick up and read without earning it. The fracture patterns alone, Mrs. Hale, some of these date back to when he was 4 or 5. I know, Hale said. He needs ongoing medical care. Nutritional rehabilitation. And I'd strongly recommend psychological support. All of it. Arrange whatever he needs. Dr. Patel hesitated. There's something else. Some of the healed fractures, the ones that set improperly, they've partially corrected themselves. Bone remodeling like that doesn't happen naturally, not at this rate, not in a child this young. I've never seen anything like it. Hale said nothing for a moment. Then, noted in the file. Restricted access. After Dr. Patel left, Hale went into the sitting room. Harry was curled up on the sofa with a book about space that he'd found on the shelf. He looked up when she came in. She was upset, Harry said. The doctor. I could tell. She was upset on your behalf. There's a difference. Am I very broken? Hale sat down on the sofa beside him. Not too close, she'd noticed he flinched when people got too near, but close enough. You are the least broken person I've ever met, she said. You are, in fact, rather remarkable. And you're going to be fine. But it's going to take some time and some help. Is that all right? Harry considered this with the gravity of a 7-year-old who had been forced to grow up much too fast. Will there be more sandwiches? An unlimited supply. Then it's all right. Hale reached over and, very gently, rested her hand on top of his head. Harry went very still. Then, slowly, he leaned into the touch. Just slightly. Just enough. In the kitchen, the kettle switched itself on. Neither of them had touched it. Harry looked at Hale. Hale looked at the kettle. Interesting, she said. Sorry. Stop apologizing for being extraordinary, Harry. It's unbecoming. The kettle boiled. Hale made tea. Harry went back to his book about space. The house was quiet and warm and full of something neither of them had a name for yet. That evening, after Harry had gone to bed, voluntarily, at a reasonable hour, in a real bed, which was itself a kind of miracle, Hale sat in the kitchen one more time. She opened her laptop. She looked at the Operation Looking Glass file. Then she picked up her phone and called the director. It's Hale. I've completed my initial assessment and I'm ready to brief. Tomorrow morning, 0800. Conference room 6. I'll be there. And director, clear the room. What I'm about to tell you changes everything. She hung up. She closed the laptop. She went to the window and looked out at the dark street, the ordinary houses, the perfectly normal English suburb where nothing unusual ever happened. Somewhere out there, hidden behind centuries of concealment, was an entire world. And a 7-year-old boy with a scar on his forehead had blown the door open. The briefing happened at 8 the next morning, in a windowless room deep in the guts of Vauxhall Cross. 4 people were present: Hale, the director, the deputy director for operations, and a signals intelligence specialist named Chen who Hale had personally requested because he was the best pattern analyst in the building and he didn't talk. Hale laid it out. All of it. The sigil files. The pattern of closures. The boy. What she'd witnessed at Privet Drive. The medical report. The death records. The missing guardianship paperwork. The reference to a school. When she finished, the room was silent for 11 seconds. Hale counted. "You're telling me," the director said slowly, "that there is a hidden population of human beings in the United Kingdom who possess genuine telekinetic and teleportation abilities, that they have their own institutional infrastructure including at minimum an educational system, and that their existence has been systematically concealed from us, possibly with the assistance of compromised individuals within our own intelligence services. That is what the evidence indicates, yes. And your only source is a 7-year-old boy." "My only source is a 7-year-old boy who blew out every window in a house in front of me, 3 of my agents, and a street full of witnesses that we had to run a cover story on. I have photographs of the structural damage. I have Dr. Patel's medical report noting anomalous bone regeneration. And I have 18 files stretching back to 1947 that someone has been systematically closing. The boy isn't the evidence, Director. The boy is the door. The evidence has been here for decades. We've just been told not to look at it." Another silence. "What do you need?" the director said. "A task force. Small, ring-fenced, compartmentalized. 12 people maximum. My selection, my operational authority. A budget I won't need to justify line by line. And complete deniability if this goes sideways, which it won't, because I don't let things go sideways. And the boy? The boy stays with me. He's the key to everything, and he's also a child who's been through hell. I can do both, protect him and run the investigation." The director looked at the deputy director. The deputy director looked at Chen. Chen, true to form, said nothing. "Granted," the director said. "Operation Looking Glass is active as of now. Find out what's out there, Maggie. And for God's sake, be careful. If these people have been hiding for centuries, they're either very good at it or very powerful. Possibly both." Noted. Hale gathered her files and stood. "Maggie," the director said. "One more thing. The boy, Harry. You said he has a scar. On his forehead. Lightning bolt shaped. It's not consistent with any form of mundane trauma. Dr. Patel couldn't explain it. A 7-year-old with supernatural abilities and an unexplainable mark. Parents killed under mysterious circumstances. Placed with abusive relatives by an unknown party. Whatever you're walking into, be ready for the possibility that this child is at the center of something much bigger than we currently understand." Hale paused at the door. She thought of Harry on the sofa, reading about planets, leaning into her touch like a plant turning towards sunlight. "I know," she said. "That's why I'm not letting him out of my sight." She walked out of conference room 6, through the corridors of Vauxhall Cross, past the security checkpoints and the bland carpeting and the people who would never know what had just been authorized 3 floors below them. She had a task force to build. A hidden world to find. And a boy to protect. Margaret Hale had never failed an operation in 28 years. She wasn't about to start now. Chapter 2, Operation Looking Glass. The first thing Maggie Hale did was build her team. Not from a roster or a database, she built it from memory. 28 years in the intelligence service had given her a mental catalog of every competent person she'd ever worked with, cross-referenced by skill set, temperament, discretion, and the single most important quality for what she was about to do, the ability to encounter the impossible and keep functioning. She made 7 phone calls in 3 days. Every conversation followed the same structure. She told them she was running a classified operation. She told them it would be long-term, career-defining, and stranger than anything they'd ever worked on. She told them she couldn't say more until they were read in. She told them to say yes or no. All 7 said yes. Maggie Hale inspired that kind of loyalty, not through charm, but through a track record of being right when everyone else was guessing. The 8th person she didn't call. She requested him through channels, because Captain David Ashworth was still technically on active duty with the SAS and borrowing him required paperwork. His file read like someone had written it to impress a Hollywood casting director. 2 tours in Afghanistan. Hostage extraction specialist. Languages, Arabic, Pashto, passable Mandarin. Commendations for bravery that he never talked about. Disciplinary notes for insubordination that he talked about constantly, usually with a grin. He was 31 years old, 6'2", built like a distance runner, and had the kind of calm under pressure that couldn't be taught. You either had it or you didn't. Maggie had met him in Kabul 3 years earlier when an extraction she was running went sideways and Ashworth's team pulled her people out. She'd watched him carry an injured analyst half a mile through hostile territory while cracking jokes to keep the man conscious. Afterward, sitting in the back of an armored vehicle covered in dust and someone else's blood, she'd said, "If I ever need someone who can stay funny while the world ends, I'm calling you." "I'll keep my diary clear," he'd said. She called in the favor. Ashworth arrived at the safe house on a Tuesday afternoon, 3 weeks after Harry's extraction. He was carrying a duffel bag and wearing civilian clothes that still somehow looked military, jeans, a dark jumper, boots that had seen actual combat. He stepped through the front door, dropped his bag, and looked around. Nice place. Very beige. Very, witness protection chic. Where's the kid? Upstairs, reading. He reads constantly. I think he's making up for lost time. And he can really, yes. Ashworth rubbed the back of his neck. Right. Well. I've done close protection on diplomats, warlords, and one very paranoid tech billionaire who made me taste his food. How hard can a 7-year-old be? This 7-year-old can throw you through a wall with his mind if you startle him. So I'd suggest knocking before you enter rooms. Noted. Can I meet him? Maggie led him upstairs. Harry was sitting cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by books. He'd been devouring them at an extraordinary rate. Dr. Patel had tested his reading level and found it was 3 years above his age, which was remarkable given that the Dursleys had actively discouraged him from learning anything. He looked up when Maggie knocked on the open door. "Harry, this is Captain David Ashworth. He's going to be living with us for a while. His job is to keep you safe." Harry studied Ashworth with the careful, assessing gaze that Maggie had come to recognize as his default mode with new adults. He was cataloging. Threat level. Trustworthiness. Escape routes. "Are you a soldier?" Harry asked. "Was. Mostly I'm just large and hard to get rid of. Like a wardrobe." Ashworth blinked. Then he laughed, a genuine, startled laugh that cracked his composed exterior wide open. "Yeah," he said. "Exactly like a wardrobe. A wardrobe that can do 40 press-ups and make a decent cup of tea. Can I sit down?" Harry moved some books to make space. Ashworth sat on the edge of the bed, which creaked under his weight. He picked up the nearest book, a children's encyclopedia of the solar system, and flipped through it. Jupiter man or Saturn man? He asked. Saturn, Harry said. The rings. Correct answer. Jupiter's overrated. All gas, no substance. Like most generals I've worked for. Harry's mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile yet, but it was adjacent. That night, Maggie briefed Ashworth properly. They sat in the kitchen after Harry was asleep, and she laid out everything, the sigil files, the hidden population, the school, the dead parents, the scar, the magic. Ashworth listened without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time. So let me make sure I've got this, he said. There's a secret society of people with actual superpowers living inside Britain. They've got schools and shops and presumably some form of government. They've been hiding from us for centuries. And this kid upstairs is one of them, except he was raised by Muggles who beat him, and we have no idea why he was placed there or by whom. That's the summary, yes. And my job is to protect him. Your job is to protect him, train him, and be the kind of male role model he's never had. He's 7, David. He flinches when men raise their voices. He hoards food under his pillow when he thinks I'm not looking. He sleeps with the light on because he spent 6 years in a dark cupboard. He needs someone who isn't afraid of him and isn't afraid for him. He needs someone steady. Ashworth looked at the ceiling. She could see him processing, recalibrating. He'd come expecting a standard close protection assignment with some unusual wrinkles. He was realizing it was something else entirely. I'll need to know everything you know, he said. Ongoing. No information gaps. If I'm protecting him, I need the full picture at all times. Agreed. And if these magic people come for him? Then you do what you do best. Get funny while the world ends. Keep him alive. Ashworth picked up his tea, drained it, and set the mug down. Yeah, he said. I can do that. 3 months in. Summer bleeding into autumn, the safe house settling into something that almost resembled a home. Harry was enrolled in a local primary school under a carefully constructed cover identity. Harry Evans, Maggie's nephew, parents killed in a car accident, staying with his aunt while things were sorted. The legend was airtight because Maggie had built it herself, and she didn't make sloppy legends. New NHS records, new school enrollment, a GP who was read into just enough to provide continuity of care without asking uncomfortable questions. At school, Harry was quiet and careful and watched everything. He made no friends, which concerned Maggie until she realized he wasn't avoiding connection, he was studying the other children like an anthropologist dropped into an unfamiliar culture. He didn't know how friendship worked. He'd never been allowed to have one. So he observed, catalogued, and waited. His teachers described him as exceptionally bright, unusually polite, and a bit odd in a way I can't quite put my finger on. Maggie filed these reports and was satisfied. At home, and it was becoming home, gradually, in the way that a stray animal learns to stop flinching at the sound of a door, Harry's life organized itself around 3 axes: books, food, and the slow, patient process of learning to trust the 2 adults who shared his space. Maggie handled his education, not the school kind, but the real kind. She brought home books about history, science, critical thinking, logic puzzles. She taught him to play chess and was startled when he beat her for the first time after only 3 weeks. She taught him how to read a newspaper properly, not just the words, but the silences between them. What was being said and what was being carefully not said. Information is power, she told him one evening over dinner, chicken pie, his current favorite. But only if you can tell the difference between what's true, what's partially true, and what someone wants you to believe is true. Like Aunt Petunia saying my parents died in a car crash. Exactly like that. The best lies contain pieces of truth. Your parents are dead, that part was true. Everything else was constructed to keep you from asking questions. Why do you think she lied? Harry chewed thoughtfully. Because the truth was connected to what I can do. And she was afraid of that. Good. What else? Because someone told her to. The same person who left me there. Maggie set down her fork. Why do you think that? Because Aunt Petunia hated me from the first day. She didn't choose to take me in. Someone made her. And that person gave her a story to tell, one that would make me small and ashamed and too afraid to ask questions. If my parents died doing something brave or something connected to magic, I might start thinking I was special. And they didn't want that. He said it without self-pity. Just analysis. Clean, cold, logical. He was 7 years old. Maggie looked at this boy, too thin still, glasses finally replaced with a proper prescription, hair still an ungovernable disaster, and thought, not for the first time, that whoever had placed him with the Dursleys had made a catastrophic miscalculation. They'd wanted a broken, grateful, controllable child. Instead, the pressure had created something else entirely. A diamond. Hard, clear, and capable of cutting through anything. Ashworth handled the physical side. Nothing extreme. Harry was a malnourished 7-year-old, not a recruit, but Ashworth believed that confidence lived in the body as much as the mind, and Harry's body had been taught to cower, to make itself small, to absorb blows. They started with simple things. Stretches. Breathing exercises. Running, just around the garden at first, then around the block, then longer. Harry was slow and weak initially, winded after 2 minutes, but he never complained and he never stopped, and Ashworth respected that more than he'd respected soldiers twice the kid's age. "You don't quit," Ashworth told him one morning, after Harry had finished his first full mile and was bent double on the pavement, gasping. "Most people quit. You don't. That's not something I can teach. That's just you." "I'm used to not quitting," Harry said between breaths. "If I quit at the Dursleys, things got worse." "Well, now not quitting gets you breakfast instead of a beating. Better incentive structure. Much better." After the first month, Ashworth introduced basic self-defense. Nothing aggressive, positioning, awareness, how to fall without hurting yourself, how to read body language for threat indicators. Harry absorbed it like a sponge absorbing water. He was small and fast and had spent his entire life being hunted by Dudley's gang, which had given him reflexes and spatial awareness that most trained adults didn't possess. "He's got natural instincts," Ashworth told Maggie after a training session. "Not just good, spooky good. He knew I was going to fake left before I did it. I don't think he's reading my body language. I think he's reading something else." "You think it's connected to his abilities?" "I think everything about this kid is connected to his abilities. He just doesn't know it yet." And then there was the magic. Harry's accidental magic was a constant presence in the safe house, a background hum of impossibility that Maggie and Ashworth learned to navigate the way you learn to navigate a house with a creaky floorboard. Doors opened when Harry wanted them open. Lights flickered when he was anxious. Books fell off shelves and into his hands. Once, during a nightmare, every object in his room levitated 6 inches off the floor and stayed there until Maggie sat on the edge of his bed and talked him awake. But the accidental magic was just that, accidental. Uncontrolled. Triggered by emotion, unpredictable in scope and effect. Maggie wanted more. She wanted to understand it. And more importantly, she wanted Harry to understand it, because a weapon you can't control isn't a weapon, it's a liability. So they experimented. It started small. Maggie placed a pencil on the kitchen table and asked Harry to move it. He stared at it. He concentrated. He screwed up his face. Nothing happened. "I can't do it when I try," he said, frustrated. "It only works when I'm not trying." "Then stop trying. Tell me about the times it happened on its own. What were you feeling? Scared? Angry? Sometimes just wanting something really badly. So it's emotional. Not intellectual. You can't think." The pencil across the table, but can you want it across the table? Harry looked at the pencil. He didn't furrow his brow or clench his fists. He just looked at it, and Maggie saw something shift behind his eyes, a loosening, a letting go of effort and a replacement of it with something simpler and more direct. The pencil slid 3 inches to the left. Harry's face lit up. I did it. You did it. Again. He did it again. And again. By the end of the hour, he could move the pencil anywhere on the table, and the salt shaker too, and the sugar bowl. He was grinning, a real grin, full and unguarded, and the light bulb overhead was flickering in time with his excitement. Over the following weeks, they mapped what he could do. Telekinesis was the most reliable. He could move objects of increasing size and weight as long as he maintained that particular state of relaxed wanting. The teleportation was harder. It had only ever happened under extreme stress, and Maggie refused to induce extreme stress in a child for experimental purposes. We'll get there, she told him. Your parents could apparently do all of this and more. There's a system to it, a skill set that can be taught. We just don't have the instruction manual yet. The school, Harry said. The one Aunt Petunia mentioned. That's where the instruction manual is. Yes. And we're going to find it. By Christmas, Harry could move objects up to roughly 20 pounds with reasonable precision. He could turn lights on and off. He'd accidentally set the kitchen curtains on fire during a heated chess match with Maggie and put the fire out himself with a panicked gesture that somehow conjured water from thin air. He'd changed the color of Ashworth's jumper from green to orange and couldn't change it back, which Ashworth bore with remarkable grace. Suits me, he said, looking down at himself. Very autumnal. Harry was growing. Eating properly, sleeping properly, exercising with Ashworth, reading everything Maggie put in front of him. The physical transformation was striking. He put on weight, his color improved, he grew 2 inches in 4 months. The glasses stayed, but the tape was gone, replaced by a sturdy pair of frames that Dr. Patel had insisted on. But it was the other transformation that mattered more. The flinching decreased. The food hoarding stopped. He started sleeping without the light on. He laughed more, not often, not loudly, but genuine laughter that caught you off guard with its warmth. He started calling Maggie by her first name, then shortened it to Mags, then, once, sleepily, on the sofa after a long day, Maggie Mum, which he immediately denied having said and which Maggie absolutely did not cry about later in the privacy of her bedroom. He started calling Ashworth Ash, which the captain accepted without comment and with a smile he tried to hide. He was, against all odds and all damage, becoming a happy child. And the 2 adults who had taken responsibility for him were becoming something they hadn't planned on becoming. A family. While Harry grew, Operation Looking Glass worked. Maggie's team of 8 operated out of a secure facility in Vauxhall Cross, 2 floors below the main operational center, in a suite of rooms that had previously been used for Cold War signals analysis and still smelled faintly of cigarettes and paranoia. They called it the fishbowl, because it was windowless and the fluorescent lighting gave everyone the complexion of deep-sea creatures. The team was structured for a counterintelligence investigation, because that's what this was, identifying an unknown entity operating within British territory, mapping its infrastructure, assessing its capabilities, and determining its intentions. The fact that the unknown entity was apparently magical didn't change the methodology. It just made the briefings more interesting. Chen, the signals analyst, built the pattern map. He took every sigil file, every fragment of data Harry had provided, every public record anomaly, and fed them into an analytical framework that covered one entire wall of the fishbowl. Pins, strings, photographs, transcripts, maps. It looked like the work of a conspiracy theorist, which Chen acknowledged with the driest possible humor. The difference between a conspiracy theorist and an intelligence analyst, he told the team during a briefing, is that the intelligence analyst is right. The breakthrough came from the pub. The 1953 sigil file, the London bobby who'd reported a pub appearing between 2 buildings on Charing Cross Road. Chen cross-referenced the Bobby's description with current mapping data and found that the location still existed, wedged between a bookshop and a record store. Satellite imagery showed a gap, a narrow frontage, maybe 12 feet wide, with no visible signage. Street-level photographs showed pedestrians walking past it without looking at it. Without looking at it. That was the key detail. Hundreds of people walking past a building every day, and not one of them turning their head. Maggie sent a surveillance team. 2 officers, dressed as tourists, with concealed cameras and audio. They walked up and down Charing Cross Road for 6 hours. Their reports were identical, they couldn't see a building between the bookshop and the record store. The gap was just a gap, a narrow alley, perhaps, or a trick of architecture. They walked past it dozens of times and felt nothing unusual. Maggie went herself the next day. She walked the same stretch of pavement, looking for the gap. And she found it, sort of. There was a moment, just a flicker, when she saw something. A dark frontage. A hanging sign with a name she couldn't quite read. Then it was gone, and she was looking at a blank wall, and a powerful impulse in her mind was telling her she'd remembered an appointment and should be somewhere else. She stood on the pavement and fought the impulse. It was strong, not a thought so much as a compulsion, like a hand pressing gently against her mind, turning her away. She gritted her teeth and pushed back, and for one clear second, she saw it. A pub. Grimy, dark, Victorian-looking. A sign that read the Leaky Cauldron. Then it was gone again. She walked away, breathing hard, and called Chen from a payphone 2 blocks away. "It's real," she said. "There's a perception filter, some kind of mental influence that makes you ignore the location. I broke through it for approximately 1 second. The establishment is called the Leaky Cauldron. I need a full electromagnetic spectrum analysis of that section of Charing Cross Road. If they're projecting something, it's operating on a frequency we don't monitor." The spectrum analysis found nothing. No unusual electromagnetic activity, no infrasound, no chemical dispersal. Whatever was hiding the pub, it wasn't operating on any principle that conventional science could detect. "It's not technology," Chen said flatly. "I've ruled out every known method of perceptual manipulation. Infrasound, subsonic frequencies, directed microwave, chemical agents, even experimental holographic projection. None of them match what you described. Whatever this is, it's a new category." "Magic," Maggie said. Chen, who was the most empirical person she'd ever met, looked physically pained. "I'd prefer to call it an unclassified perceptual manipulation phenomenon. You can call it whatever you want." "It's magic, Chen." The pub was their way in. But they couldn't get through the perception filter in any reliable way, and sending someone stumbling through the door of a hidden magical establishment seemed like a poor intelligence strategy. So Maggie took Harry. It was a Saturday in March, 8 months after the extraction. Harry was 8 now, stronger, brighter, already starting to carry himself differently, shoulders back, chin up, eyes that met yours and held. Maggie drove him into London and they walked along Charing Cross Road together, hand in hand, looking like a grandmother and grandson on an outing. "Tell me when you see something unusual," Maggie said. Harry saw it immediately. "There," he said, pointing. "Between the bookshop and the record shop. There's a pub. It's called the Leaky Cauldron. Can't you see it?" "Not clearly." "Describe it to me." "It's old. Really old. Dark wood, small windows. The sign has a cauldron on it with a crack in the side and something leaking out. There are people going in and out, a woman in a long robe just went in, and a man with a tall hat. They're all wearing strange clothes. Long robes, cloaks, pointed hats. What else?" Harry squinted. "There's something behind it. Through the windows I can see, it's not just a pub. There's a passage. It goes somewhere." Maggie squeezed his hand. "We're not going in today. Today we observe. I want you to stand here and tell me everything you see. Every person, every detail, every oddity. Can you do that? They stood on the opposite side of the street for 2 hours. Harry described everything in the clear, precise language Maggie had taught him. People in robes. Pointed hats. One woman carrying a cage with an owl in it. A man who arrived by, Harry paused, frowning, by appearing out of thin air, with a loud crack, in the alley beside the pub. Teleportation, Maggie said. Like you did on the school roof. But he did it on purpose. He just appeared. Which means it can be controlled. Learned. Harry's face was intent, fascinated, hungry. He was watching his people. The people like him. People who could do what he could do and weren't ashamed of it, weren't hiding it, were just living their lives in robes and pointed hats and carrying owls down a London street that nobody else could see. I want to go in, he said. Not yet. When? When we know more. When we're ready. When going in gives us an advantage instead of exposing a vulnerability. Harry looked up at her. That's very spy-like. I am very spy-like. He grinned. She did not grin back, because she was on an operation, but her eyes did something that was adjacent to grinning. That evening, back at the safe house, they debriefed. Ashworth made dinner, spaghetti bolognese, his one reliable dish, and Harry sat at the kitchen table and drew a map of everything he'd observed. The pub frontage. The people. The passage behind. The man who'd appeared from thin air. Maggie pinned the map to the wall beside the kitchen clock. Their first piece of primary intelligence from the wizarding world, drawn in colored pencil by an 8-year-old. We need to get inside, Maggie said. But we need Harry to take us, and I won't send him in blind. We need more information first. There might be another way, Ashworth said. He'd been quiet during the debrief, thinking. Harry said his aunt mentioned a school. A letter when his mum was 11. If there's a school that sends letters, there's an admissions process. There are records. And if Harry's parents attended this school, there's a file on them somewhere. We don't need to walk through the front door of that pub. We need to find someone who's already been through it and is willing to talk. Maggie looked at him. You want to recruit an asset from inside the wizarding world. Is that not literally what we do? It's literally what we do. But usually our targets aren't people who can turn us into toads. That's an assumption. We don't know they can turn people into toads. I'm operating on a precautionary principle. But Ashworth was right, and Maggie knew it. They needed a human source. Someone from inside who could provide context, structure, language, rules. Someone who understood both worlds. Finding that person took another 4 months. Chen's pattern analysis eventually identified a cluster of anomalies around a residential area in Cokeworth, a mill town in the Midlands. Property records that didn't quite add up. Electrical usage patterns that spiked and dropped in ways inconsistent with normal habitation. A woman named Eileen Prince who'd married a man named Tobias Snape in 1960 and whose records contained the same subtle gaps and inconsistencies as the Potter files. But it wasn't the Snape household that gave them their way in. It was a neighbor. A retired schoolteacher named Mrs. Arabella Figg, who lived on Wisteria Walk in Little Whinging, 2 streets from Privet Drive, and who had been, according to council records, the emergency babysitter for Harry Potter on at least 6 occasions. A woman who knew Harry existed. Who lived near the Dursleys. Who had never reported the abuse. Unless she'd been placed there specifically to watch him. Maggie brought her in on a rainy afternoon in September. It wasn't an arrest. Mrs. Figg was elderly, nervous, and clearly not a threat. But Maggie conducted the interview in a secure facility with full recording equipment, because she was thorough and because she had a strong suspicion that Mrs. Figg knew far more than she'd ever been allowed to say. She was right. It took 2 hours. Mrs. Figg cried twice. She was, it turned out, what the wizarding world called a squib, a person born to magical parents who possessed no magic of their own. She'd been placed on Privet Drive by Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of a school called Hogwarts, to keep an eye on Harry. She'd known about the abuse. She'd reported it to Dumbledore. She'd been told that Harry had to stay with the Dursleys because of a magical protection tied to his mother's blood. She'd been told it was for the greater good. She'd hated every minute of it. That much was painfully obvious. But she'd followed Dumbledore's instructions because Dumbledore was Dumbledore, and in the wizarding world, that meant something close to infallible. Maggie listened to all of it with her hands folded and her expression neutral. When Mrs. Fig finished, Maggie said, "Tell me about Dumbledore." And Mrs. Fig did. She told Maggie about the wizarding world, haltingly, nervously, checking over her shoulder as if someone might burst through the door. She told her about the Ministry of Magic, about Hogwarts, about the war against a dark wizard named Voldemort who had killed Harry's parents and tried to kill Harry and had somehow been destroyed in the attempt. She told her about the Statute of Secrecy, the law that kept the wizarding world hidden from the Muggle one. She told her about wands and broomsticks and potions and 1,000 other things that would have sounded like a fairy tale if Maggie hadn't spent the last year watching a child move objects with his mind. When it was over, Maggie had 12 hours of recorded testimony and the most comprehensive overview of the wizarding world that any Muggle intelligence officer had ever possessed. She drove home that night and sat in the kitchen and read her notes and didn't say anything for a long time. Ashworth found her there at midnight. "That bad?" he said. "Not bad. Just big." She pushed the notes across the table. "There was a war, David. A magical war, in the 1970s and early 80s, fought entirely within our borders. Thousands of people involved. Mass casualties, both magical and non-magical, they call us Muggles. A terrorist leader with a body count that would make the IRA look like amateurs. And we knew nothing. Not a whisper. Not a single intercept. The perception filter. Not just a filter on a pub. A filter on everything. They have an entire government, a ministry, dedicated in part to keeping us unaware. They modify memories. They hide locations. They control what we see and don't see." She paused. "They've been manipulating our population's perception of reality for centuries, David. That's not just secrecy. That's the largest psychological operation in human history." Ashworth sat down slowly. "And Harry's at the center of it. Harry destroyed this Voldemort when he was 15 months old. Nobody knows how, Mrs. Fig certainly doesn't. But the wizarding world considers him a hero. The boy who lived, they call him. And Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard alive, apparently, chose to hide him with abusive relatives instead of raising him in the world where he'd be celebrated. Why? Control, Ashworth said immediately. You hide the asset in a hostile environment so that when you finally extract them, they're grateful. Dependent. Yours. That's my assessment too. So this Dumbledore, he's not a villain. No. From everything Mrs. Fig said, he genuinely believes he's protecting Harry and the world. He fought against Voldemort. He runs the school. He's respected, trusted, essentially the moral authority of their entire society. But he left a baby with people who locked him in a cupboard and broke his bones, and he did it on purpose, and he called it the greater good. Which tells me that Albus Dumbledore is a man who will sacrifice an individual for his larger strategy without hesitation. And that makes him the most dangerous kind of person there is, a true believer with power." Ashworth was quiet for a moment. "Harry's going to that school. When he's 11. The letter comes at 11. 3 years from now. And Dumbledore will be there. Dumbledore will be there, expecting a scared, grateful, malleable orphan. Instead he's going to get Harry. Harry. With us behind him." Ashworth leaned back in his chair. 3 years to prepare. 3 years to map their entire world, build our intelligence picture, develop countermeasures where possible, and turn Harry into someone that nobody, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not whatever's left of Voldemort, can push around. Is there something left of Voldemort? Mrs. Fig says the wizarding world believes he's dead. But no body was ever found. And the scar on Harry's forehead, Fig says it's from the curse that was supposed to kill him. A killing curse. It rebounded somehow. But if Voldemort was truly destroyed, why does the scar still hurt him sometimes? It hurts him. He mentioned it once. Headaches, centered on the scar. He says it's been happening since before we found him. I had Dr. Patel examine it, no physiological explanation. No nerve damage, no infection, nothing. The pain has no medical cause. Magical cause. Almost certainly. Which means the connection between Harry and Voldemort isn't severed. And if it isn't severed, he might not be dead. Maggie closed her notes. Welcome to Operation Looking Glass, Captain. It only gets stranger from here. The next 2 years were the busiest and strangest of Maggie Hale's career, and she'd once run a double agent in East Berlin while simultaneously managing an arms interdiction in the Strait of Hormuz. The team mapped the wizarding world with the systematic patience of cartographers charting an unknown continent. They identified Diagon Alley, the commercial district hidden behind the leaky cauldron, through Harry's observations and Mrs. Fig's descriptions. They located the approximate position of the Ministry of Magic, which was apparently underground beneath central London. They identified Hogwarts, somewhere in Scotland, heavily concealed, with magical protections that made it invisible to satellite imagery and unmappable by any conventional means. They built dossiers. Albus Dumbledore. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. The pureblood families, Malfoy, Black, Lestrange, Nott, who formed the aristocracy of wizarding society and had largely supported Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's resistance group during the war. The Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, many of whom had escaped punishment by claiming they'd been mind-controlled. Maggie read every dossier personally. She was building a picture, and the picture troubled her. The wizarding world was, by any modern standard, a feudal society masquerading as a democracy. An inherited aristocracy controlled most of the wealth and political power. The government was corrupt, incompetent, and primarily concerned with maintaining the statute of secrecy at all costs. There was no free press worthy of the name, one newspaper, the Daily Prophet, which functioned as a propaganda arm of the ministry. There was no independent judiciary. There was a prison, Azkaban, guarded by creatures called Dementors that fed on human happiness, which was a sentence so horrifying that Maggie had to read it 3 times before she believed it. Education was a monopoly. Hogwarts was essentially the only school for magical children in Britain. One headmaster, one curriculum, one institution shaping every witch and wizard in the country. Dumbledore's influence wasn't just significant, it was total. It's a closed system, Maggie told her team during a briefing in Year 2. No external checks. No competing institutions. No free flow of information. Everything runs through Dumbledore or the Ministry, and Dumbledore essentially controls the Ministry through soft power and personal reputation. It's not a dictatorship, it's something more subtle. An oligarchy with a benevolent patriarch at the top. Which works perfectly well as long as the patriarch is actually benevolent and actually right. And nobody is right all the time. What about Voldemort? One of the analysts asked. If he's still out there, if Voldemort returns, the wizarding world will panic and turn to Dumbledore as their savior. Which gives Dumbledore even more power. And Harry, the boy who lived, becomes the most valuable piece on the board. Whoever controls Harry controls the narrative. So our objective is to make sure nobody controls Harry. Our objective is to make sure Harry controls Harry. Everything else follows from that. She meant it. Every decision she made during those 3 years came back to that principle. Harry would not be a pawn. Not Dumbledore's, not the Ministry's, not Voldemort's. Not even Maggie's own. He would walk into the wizarding world with his eyes open, his abilities honed, and the full support of an intelligence apparatus behind him, and he would make his own choices. Which meant preparing him. Harry's training intensified as he grew older. Ashworth expanded the physical program, martial arts now, proper disciplines, adapted for a child's body. Krav Maga basics. Situational awareness exercises that turned every trip to the shops into a training scenario. How to spot a tail. How to lose one. How to enter a room and identify every exit within 3 seconds. "You're turning him into a spy," Dr. Patel said during one of her checkups, watching Harry drop into a defensive stance when Ashworth surprised him in the hallway. "I'm turning him into someone who can't be caught off guard," Maggie corrected. There's a difference. The magic training was harder, because they were working without a framework. Mrs. Figg could describe what wizards did but not how they did it. She knew about wands, channeling devices, apparently, made from wood and some kind of magical core material, but Harry didn't have one. Everything he did was wandless, raw, powered by will and emotion. And it was getting stronger. At 9, Harry could move furniture. He could lock and unlock doors without touching them. He could summon objects from across the room. He'd figured out how to cushion falls, a discovery made accidentally when he tripped on the stairs and stopped himself 6 inches above the ground, hovering there for a bewildered moment before letting himself down gently. At 10, the growth accelerated. He could heat and cool objects, not dramatically, but enough to warm a cup of tea or chill a glass of water. He could make small objects invisible, though the effect was unstable and never lasted more than a few minutes. He'd managed, once, under controlled conditions and with Ashworth standing by, to teleport, apparate, the wizarding world called it, a distance of 4 feet across the garden. It had left him dizzy and nauseous and grinning like a lunatic. "I did it," he gasped, sitting on the grass with his head between his knees. "I actually did it on purpose." 4 feet, Ashworth said. A new record. The man on Charing Cross Road went from invisible to visible. That's miles. Maybe more. So you've got room to grow. Come on, up. Again. Harry tried again. And again. By the end of that month, he could reliably teleport up to 10 feet. It still exhausted him, and precision was a problem. He'd aimed for the garden bench and landed in the rose bush twice, but the capability was real and improving. "He's doing all of this without a wand," Maggie reminded her team. "Without training. Without anyone teaching him technique. He's reverse engineering an entire magical system from first principles, at the age of 10. When he gets proper instruction, when he gets a wand," she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Harry's 11th birthday fell on a Thursday. July 31, 1991. By then, the safe house had been replaced by a modest cottage on the outskirts of a village in Oxfordshire, chosen for its privacy, its proximity to London, and the fact that it had a large garden where Harry could practice without alarming the neighbors. The cottage had become a home in every sense. Harry's books covered every surface, Ashworth's running shoes lived by the back door, Maggie's tea collection occupied an entire shelf in the kitchen. There were photographs on the mantelpiece. Harry's school artwork on the fridge. A height chart penciled on the kitchen doorframe that showed a boy growing at a rate that delighted Dr. Patel. Harry was no longer the starved, flinching child from the cupboard. He was 11, lean and fit, with his mother's green eyes behind sensible glasses and his father's untamable dark hair. He moved with a quiet confidence that people noticed, teachers, shopkeepers, other children. There was something about him, an alertness, a presence, that made people pay attention even when he wasn't trying to draw it. He had friends now, too. Not many, he was selective, which Maggie approved of, but real ones. A boy named Thomas from school who shared his love of books. A girl named Sarah who could beat him at chess and never let him forget it. They didn't know about the magic, of course. To them, Harry Evans was a bright, slightly mysterious kid who lived with his aunt and her friend and who sometimes did things that seemed a little odd but were probably just tricks of the light. The morning of his birthday, Maggie made pancakes. Ashworth produced a wrapped present, a Swiss Army knife, because Ashworth believed every 11-year-old should have one and had lost the argument with Maggie about whether it was age-appropriate. "It's a tool, not a weapon," Ashworth said. "It's got a bottle opener and a tiny pair of scissors. Very civilized." "It's also got a blade," Maggie said. "A small blade. For emergencies. Like cheese." Harry laughed and pocketed the knife. Maggie gave him her present, a leather-bound journal, beautiful and expensive, with his initials embossed on the cover. "For the next chapter," she said. "Whatever that looks like." Harry held the journal and looked at both of them and didn't say anything for a moment, because he was 11 now and too old to cry over presents, but also sometimes you received things that meant more than the object itself and the feeling was too large for words. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you. For everything. Don't go soft on me, Potter," Ashworth said, ruffling his hair. "We've got a big day ahead." They did. Because the letter had arrived 3 weeks ago. It had come by owl, which had caused a minor security incident when the bird tried to enter the cottage through a closed window and was briefly detained by the perimeter alarm. Harry had opened it, read it, and handed it to Maggie without a word. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. An acceptance letter. A supply list. A term start date of September 1st. They'd been expecting it. They'd been preparing for it for 3 years. But seeing it in writing, the heavy parchment, the green ink, the wax seal, made it real in a way that intelligence briefings and surveillance reports never quite had. They'd spent the 3 weeks since in intensive preparation. Final briefings. Communication protocols. Contingency plans. Harry absorbed all of it with the focus of someone who'd been waiting for this moment his entire conscious life. Now, on his birthday, the preparation was complete and the only thing left was the doing. "Hogwarts will send someone," Maggie said over breakfast. "Mrs. Figg told us that for Muggle-raised students, a staff member delivers the letter in person and escorts the family to Diagon Alley for supplies. Since we've already received the letter, they'll likely send someone to follow up." "Hagrid," Harry said. Mrs. Figg mentioned him. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds. He was friends with my parents. Dumbledore trusts him completely. Which means Dumbledore sent him. First contact will be Dumbledore's eyes and ears. Remember that." Harry nodded. "Be myself but be aware." "Exactly." Ashworth leaned against the kitchen counter. "And if this Hagrid gets aggressive?" "He won't," Harry said. "Mrs. Figg said he's gentle. A good man. Loyal to Dumbledore, but not cruel. People who are loyal to powerful men do what those powerful men tell them," Maggie said. "Even good people. Especially good people." Harry met her eyes. "I know. But I'm going to give him a chance anyway." "That's not naivety, Maggie. That's strategy. If I treat Dumbledore's people like enemies from the start, I've lost the information advantage. If I treat them like potential allies, I learn more." Maggie looked at Ashworth. Ashworth looked at Maggie. "He's been listening," Ashworth said. "Obviously he's been listening. I raised him." At 4 o'clock that afternoon, there was a knock at the cottage door. Not the doorbell, a knock, heavy and slightly too forceful, delivered by someone who was either very large or not accustomed to Muggle door construction. Harry opened it. The man on the doorstep was enormous. That was the first and most overwhelming impression, a wall of wild black hair and tangled beard and a massive moleskin overcoat, easily twice the height of a normal person and several times the width. His face, what was visible between the hair, was weathered and kind, with dark eyes that crinkled at the corners. He was holding a slightly squashed box that smelled like chocolate. "Harry," the man said. His voice was deep and rough and warm. Harry Potter. That's me. The man's face broke into an enormous smile. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look just like your dad. But Yevi got your mum's eyes. You knew my parents. Knew them. The man's voice caught. He blinked rapidly. Sorry. Sorry, yeah. I knew them. Best people I ever met. I'm Hagrid, by the way. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me. I know, Harry said. Come in. Hagrid squeezed through the doorway, barely, and entered the cottage. He had to duck under every doorframe and his coat brushed both walls of the hallway simultaneously. He saw Maggie and Ashworth in the kitchen and stopped. Oh, he said. These aren't, the Dursleys. No. Harry gestured. This is Maggie and Ash. They're my family. Hagrid looked confused. But Dumbledore said was with your aunt and uncle. He said, I was. Until I was 7. Then I was removed from their care because they were abusing me. Maggie took me in. The blood drained from Hagrid's face. Abu Sin, they never, Dumbledore wouldn't have, he did. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 6 years. They didn't feed me properly. My uncle beat me. Dumbledore knew where I was and he left me there. Harry's voice was calm and factual. Not angry. Not accusatory. Just clear. But that's not your fault, Hagrid. You didn't know. And I'd like to hear about my parents, if you're willing to tell me. Why don't you sit down? Maggie makes a good cup of tea. Hagrid sat. The kitchen chair groaned in protest. Maggie put the kettle on with the absolute composure of a woman who had run agents in Baghdad and was not about to be rattled by a 9-foot man in a moleskin coat. They talked for 3 hours. Hagrid was, as Harry had predicted, a gentle soul, open, emotional, transparent to the point of near total operational uselessness. He told Harry about James and Lily with tears rolling into his beard. He told him about Hogwarts, about Dumbledore, about the wizarding world. He told him about Voldemort, you know who, he called him, flinching at the name, and the night Harry's parents died. Harry listened to all of it. He asked questions. Not aggressive ones, curious, precise, the questions of someone who already knew most of the answers but wanted to hear them from a new source. And Maggie sat quietly in the corner, drinking her tea, watching a master intelligence gatherer work. Because that's what Harry was doing. He was debriefing an asset. Gently, warmly, with genuine empathy and affection, but deliberately. Every question opened a new avenue. Every answer was filed and cross-referenced against what they already knew. He was 11 years old, and he was better at this than some case officers she'd trained. At the end of the conversation, Hagrid wiped his eyes and said, well, I was supposed to take ye to Diagon Alley to get your school things. Dumbledore gave me your key, for your vault at Gringotts, the wizarding bank. Your parents left ye some gold. Harry took the key. A small golden key, old and ornate. He turned it over in his fingers. We'll go to Diagon Alley tomorrow, he said. And Hagrid, thank you. For coming. For telling me about them. It means more than I can say. Hagrid blew his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. You're a good lad, Harry. Your parents be proud. After Hagrid left, squeezing back out through the front door and disappearing into the evening on what appeared to be a flying motorcycle, which Ashworth watched through the window with an expression of pure professional envy, the three of them sat in the kitchen and looked at each other. Assessment? Maggie said. Honest, loyal, not very bright, and completely devoted to Dumbledore, Harry said. He let slip that Dumbledore has something hidden at Hogwarts this year, a package he picked up from a vault at Gringotts. He wasn't supposed to tell me that. He can't keep a secret to save his life. Useful. Very. But I also genuinely like him. He loved my parents. That's real. It can be both, Maggie said. People can be genuine and still be tools of someone else's agenda. Remember that. I will. Harry looked at the golden key in his hand. Tomorrow we go in. Tomorrow you go in. I'll be monitoring from outside. Ashworth goes with you in a civilian capacity, your guardian, accompanying you for school shopping. We've established the cover. You're a Muggle-raised wizard visiting Diagon Alley for the first time. You're excited, curious, slightly overwhelmed. You ask questions that a normal 11-year-old would ask. And you observe everything. Harry nodded. He slipped the key into his pocket next to Ashworth's Swiss Army knife. One more thing, Maggie said. She reached into her briefcase and produced a small device. It looked like a wristwatch, plain and digital. Modified by our tech team. It's a two-way communication device, short-range radio, with a GPS transponder. We don't know if it'll work inside magical areas. Electronics behave unpredictably around high concentrations of magical energy, but it's worth trying. Wear it at all times. Harry strapped it on. If it doesn't work, then we develop something that does. We've got until September. Harry looked at the watch on his wrist. Then he looked up at Maggie and Ashworth, the woman who'd pulled him out of darkness and the man who'd taught him to stand in the light, and his expression was the one that Maggie had come to think of as his real face. Not the careful mask he wore for the world, but the underneath. Fierce, bright, and absolutely unafraid. I'm ready, he said. And Maggie believed him. Chapter 3, First contact. The morning of August 1st broke clear and warm over Oxfordshire, and Harry was awake before the sun finished climbing. He'd slept, but only just, the kind of shallow, electric sleep that comes before a day you've been preparing for your entire life. He lay in bed for a few minutes, listening to the birds outside his window, running through the briefing one more time in his head. Diagon Alley. The commercial heart of wizarding Britain. Hidden behind a pub on Charing Cross Road that most people couldn't see. He'd stood outside it 2 years ago and described it to Maggie through a perception filter that didn't seem to touch him. Today he was going through the door. He got up, dressed in normal clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, trainers, and went downstairs. Ashworth was already in the kitchen, drinking coffee and reading the paper with the calm focus of a man who might have been planning a Sunday walk rather than an infiltration of a hidden magical society. Morning, Harry said. Morning. Sleep. Some. Good enough. Eat something proper. Long day. Harry made toast and eggs. He could cook now, had been cooking for 2 years, and was better at it than Ashworth, who treated recipes as loose suggestions. He ate standing at the counter, looking out the window at the garden where he'd spent countless hours practicing. Moving stones, levitating the garden bench, teleporting from the oak tree to the shed. His private training ground. After today, he wouldn't need it anymore. After today, he'd have the real thing. Maggie came down at 7, already dressed, already sharp. She had that look she got before operations, contained energy, every thought aligned and moving in the same direction. Comms check, she said. Harry tapped the watch. Channel 2. Maggie touched her ear. The tiny receiver was invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Receiving. Signals clean. We'll test again once you're inside the leaky cauldron. If it drops out, don't panic. We have fallback protocols. I remember. If I'm not out by 6, Ashworth comes in. If Ashworth can't get in, you contact Mrs. Fig. If Fig can't reach me, then I walk into the Ministry of Magic myself and make a great deal of noise. But it won't come to that. This is a shopping trip, Harry. Wand, robes, books, supplies. You're an 11-year-old boy going to buy school things. The only difference is that you're doing it with your eyes open. And a military-trained bodyguard. And a military-trained bodyguard who is, as far as anyone knows, your very ordinary Uncle David. Ashworth spread his arms. He was wearing a daddish polo shirt and khakis. He looked like a middle manager on his day off. Convincing? Terrifyingly so. They drove into London. Maggie dropped them 2 blocks from Charing Cross Road and parked in a predetermined spot with line of sight to the Leaky Cauldron's approximate location. She'd be monitoring Harry's comms from the car, with a direct line to the fishbowl if anything escalated. "Have fun," she said, which was not something she said often, and which made Harry grin. He and Ashworth walked along Charing Cross Road in the late morning crowd. Tourists, shoppers, delivery vans. The ordinary machinery of London grinding away. And there, between the bookshop and the record store, Harry saw it, the Leaky Cauldron. Dark, grimy, ancient. The sign with the cracked cauldron swinging gently in a breeze that didn't seem to touch anything else on the street. "I can almost see it," Ashworth murmured. "Like looking at something in your peripheral vision. The moment I focus, it slides away. Take my hand." Ashworth raised an eyebrow but took Harry's hand. Harry concentrated, not hard, just that relaxed wanting that Maggie had taught him to find, and pushed. He didn't know what he was pushing exactly. The filter. The barrier. Whatever it was that made Muggle eyes slide off the pub like water off glass. Ashworth inhaled sharply. "There it is. Christ. It's just sitting there. How does nobody, because they're told not to see it. Ready? After you." Harry pushed open the door of the Leaky Cauldron and walked in. The pub was dark and small and smelled like pipe smoke and something herbal that Harry couldn't identify. The bar was old oak, scarred and stained. Candles floated near the ceiling, actually floated, no wires, no tricks, casting a warm, uneven light over a handful of patrons hunched over drinks at various tables. A bald man behind the bar was polishing glasses with a rag that appeared to be cleaning them on its own. Nobody looked up. 2 men in shabby robes were arguing over a copy of the Daily Prophet. A woman in the corner was stirring her tea with her finger, literally, without a spoon, the liquid rotating on its own. An owl sat on a perch near the window, blinking. Harry felt it immediately. The air was different in here. Thicker. Charged. The same static feeling he got when his own magic was active, but multiplied, layered, coming from everywhere, from the walls, the furniture, the people. He was standing inside a space that was saturated with magic, and something deep in his chest responded to it. A resonance. Like hearing a note you'd been humming your whole life suddenly played back by an orchestra. "Comms check," he said quietly, tapping his watch. A faint crackle in his ear. Then Maggie's voice, slightly distorted, receiving. "Weak signal, but readable. Proceed." Ashworth was scanning the room with the casual thoroughness of someone who'd done this in far more dangerous places. His hand rested lightly on Harry's shoulder, protective, not controlling. The barman looked up. "Help you?" "Just passing through to Diagon Alley," Harry said. "First year at Hogwarts. Here for supplies." The barman's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar just visible beneath his fringe. Harry watched the man's expression change, a widening of the eyes, a slight opening of the mouth, and then, deliberately, the barman looked away. "Through the back, lad. You know how to open the wall?" "Not yet. 3 up, 2 across from the dustbin. Tap the bricks. You'll need a wand, or, well, someone with a wand." He glanced around the pub. "Oi, Daedalus. Give the lad a hand, would you?" A tiny man in a violet top hat bounced off his stool and bustled over. He had the energy of a caffeinated terrier. "First year. How exciting. What's your name, young man?" "Harry. This is my Uncle David." "Delighted, delighted. Follow me, follow me." Daedalus led them through a back door into a small courtyard. Brick walls, a dustbin, nothing remarkable. Then the little man pulled out a wand, a thin, polished stick of dark wood, and tapped a sequence of bricks in the wall. The wall opened. There was no other word for it. The bricks rearranged themselves, folding back and sideways and away, revealing an archway that framed a cobblestone street stretching into the distance, lined on both sides with the most extraordinary shops Harry had ever seen. Cauldrons stacked outside one shop. Owls hooting from another. A window display of broomsticks. A store selling robes in every color. People in cloaks and pointed hats walking, talking, laughing, carrying packages. Signs advertising potion ingredients, crystal balls, enchanted quills. The street was crowded and vibrant and utterly, completely magical. Ashworth let out a long, slow breath. Well then. Harry stepped through the archway. The cobblestones were uneven under his trainers. The sounds hit him, vendors calling out, owls screeching, the clank of a cauldron, laughter from a group of teenagers examining something in a shop window. The smells, roasting chestnuts, old parchment, something floral and strange from the apothecary, the sharp mineral tang of whatever was in those cauldrons. He'd known it was real. He'd spent 3 years knowing it was real. But knowing it and standing in the middle of it were different in the way that reading about the ocean was different from being hit by a wave. Maggie, he said quietly. I'm in. Copy. Describe. Commercial street, approximately 300 meters visible, heavy foot traffic. Architecture is pre-industrial, mostly Tudor and Georgian. No vehicles, no electricity visible. Primary lighting appears to be candles and natural sources. Population is mixed, families, individuals, all in traditional wizarding attire. I'm the only one in Muggle clothing. Getting some looks. Blend in. First stop. Gringotts. The bank. We need gold. Gringotts was impossible to miss. It dominated the far end of Diagon Alley, a towering white marble building that leaned slightly, as if built by someone who understood architecture but considered straight lines optional. Bronze doors flanked by. Harry stopped walking. The guards at the doors were not human. They were short, perhaps a foot shorter than Harry, with long fingers, pointed ears, and sharp, angular faces that conveyed an impression of extreme intelligence and total indifference to whether you lived or died. They wore uniforms of crimson and gold and carried weapons that looked ceremonial but, Harry sensed immediately, were not. Goblins, he told Ashworth. Mrs. Figg mentioned them. They run the banking system. They're territorial, proud, and they've fought multiple wars with wizards over the centuries. Be polite. Be direct. Don't lie. Wasn't planning to. They climbed the marble steps. A second set of doors, silver this time, bore an engraved warning about the consequences of attempted theft. Harry read it, acknowledged it, and walked through. The interior of Gringotts was vast. A long marble hall lined with high counters, behind which goblins sat on tall stools, weighing coins, examining gems, writing in enormous ledgers. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The sound was a constant low murmur of commerce, clinking gold, scratching quills, the occasional bark of goblin language. Harry approached the nearest counter. The goblin behind it looked down at him with an expression that combined boredom and contempt in equal measure. Yes. Good morning. My name is Harry Potter. I'd like to access my vault. The goblin's expression didn't change, but something behind its dark eyes shifted. Key. Harry produced the golden key Hagrid had given him. The goblin took it, examined it with a jeweler's loupe, and nodded once. Follow me, Mr. Potter. Griphook will take you down. They followed another goblin, Griphook, apparently, through a door and into a narrow stone corridor that opened into a cavern. A mine cart sat on a track that plunged down into darkness. Harry climbed in without hesitation. Ashworth followed with slightly less enthusiasm. The cart ride was extraordinary. It hurtled through underground tunnels at speeds that would have been lethal without whatever magic kept the passengers in their seats. Harry catalogued everything: the depth, the turns, the branching passages, the glimpses of massive vault doors in the rock walls. This wasn't just a bank. It was a fortress. Underground, goblin-controlled, protected by magic and architecture and sheer depth of stone. Whatever was stored down here was about as secure as anything could be. Vault 687 was modest. A stone chamber behind a heavy door, opened by the golden key. Inside, piles of gold coins, columns of silver, heaps of bronze. More money than Harry had ever seen, though he had no frame of reference for what it was worth in wizarding terms. Galleons, sickles, and nuts, Griphook said, with the air of someone who'd explained this 10,000 times. 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. What's the exchange rate to pound sterling? Ashworth asked. Griphook gave him a look that suggested the question was beneath contempt. Approximately 5 pounds to a galleon. Harry scooped gold into the leather pouch that Griphook provided. He counted as he went, old habit, Maggie's training. He estimated the vault contained somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40,000 galleons. Roughly 150 to 200,000 pounds. A decent inheritance. Not extravagant, but more than enough. Thank you, Griphook, Harry said as they climbed back into the cart. The goblin looked at him with something that might have been surprise. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. Back on the surface, Ashworth murmured, that was an underground rail network controlled by a non-human species beneath the City of London and nobody in the government knows about it. Until now, Harry said. They spent the next several hours working through the supply list. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a fitting stool and got measured by enchanted tape measures that flew around him of their own accord. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry bought everything on the list and then added 12 more titles that caught his eye, including a comprehensive history of the wizarding world, a guide to magical theory, and a book on occlumency that Mrs. Figg had mentioned in passing and that Harry had filed away as critical. Potions, ingredients from the apothecary, scales, a telescope, files. Harry observed everything. The way the shops operated, no electronic transactions, all gold coins, record-keeping done by Quill. The social dynamics, pureblood families sweeping through in expensive robes, Muggle-born families looking as bewildered as Ashworth was trying not to look, the shop assistants adjusting their deference based on perceived status. The casual, ubiquitous magic, self-stirring cauldrons, enchanted signs, owls delivering post in broad daylight. He reported it all to Maggie through the watch, which was holding up better than expected. The signal degraded in certain areas but never dropped completely. It's medieval, he told her, standing outside the cauldron shop while Ashworth negotiated the price of a pewter model. Not just the aesthetic. The social structure. There's a visible class system based on blood purity, how many generations of magic you have in your family. It's the first thing people assess. Muggle-born wizards are treated differently. Subtly, but consistently. Power dynamics. Wealth equals status. Old families dominate. I've seen at least 3 family names from the dossiers: Malfoy, Greengrass, Zabini. They move differently. More space, more deference from shopkeepers. It's feudal, Maggie. It's genuinely feudal. And the technology gap? Total. No electricity, no computers, no telecommunications. Information travels by owl post and newspaper. One newspaper. If you control the Daily Prophet, you control the narrative. Noted. Continue. It was in Madame Malkin's that Harry had his first significant encounter. He was standing on the fitting stool, arms out, while enchanted pins adjusted his hem. The shop was busy, several families buying school robes for the new term. A boy climbed onto the stool next to Harry's. He was pale, pointed, with white blonde hair slicked back from a narrow face. He carried himself with the casual arrogance of someone who'd been told he was important every day of his life and saw no reason to doubt it. Hogwarts too, the boy said. That's right. First year. Yes. Know what house you'll be in? I'm going to be in Slytherin. My whole family's been in Slytherin. Father says it's the only house worth being in. The boy examined Harry with pale grey eyes. What's your surname? Potter. The effect was immediate. The boy's eyes widened, flicked to Harry's forehead, and the arrogance recalibrated into something more calculated. Interest. Assessment. The same look Harry had seen on a dozen faces today, but sharper on this boy, more aware. Harry Potter. You're Harry Potter. Last time I checked. The boy stuck out his hand. Draco Malfoy. Harry shook it. Firm grip, dry palm. The boy had been coached in handshakes. Nice to meet you, Draco. Father's told me about you. Everyone knows about you, of course. The boy who lived. Malfoy said it with a mix of reverence and possessiveness, like he was claiming adjacency to a brand. You'll want to be careful who you associate with at Hogwarts. Some families are better than others. I could help you there, show you who's worth knowing. Harry looked at him steadily. Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius Malfoy, former Death Eater, claimed imperious defense, acquitted, current member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Wealthy, connected, politically active. One of the dossier names. And this was his son. 11 years old, already sorting people into categories of usefulness. That's kind of you, Harry said. I'd like that. I'm new to all of this, so any guidance is welcome. Malfoy preened. Of course. Father says it's important to build the right connections early. Where have you been, anyway? Nobody knew where you'd gone after, well, after you know who. I was raised by Muggles. Bit of a culture shock, all this. Muggles? Malfoy wrinkled his nose. That must have been dreadful. Father says they're barely, well, never mind. At least you're back where you belong now. That's one way to look at it. Madame Malkin finished his robes. Harry stepped off the stool, gave Malfoy a pleasant nod, and walked out with Ashworth. Outside, Ashworth said quietly, You just made friends with a junior aristocrat whose father was essentially a magical Nazi. I made a contact, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Draco Malfoy is 11. He's repeating what his father told him. He doesn't have his own opinions yet, he's got his father's opinions in a smaller package. That makes him a potential asset, not an enemy. And if he turns out to be an enemy? Then he's an enemy I've already studied up close. Either way, I learned something. Ashworth shook his head slowly. You are genuinely terrifying sometimes. Harry grinned. I learned from the best. The last stop was Ollivander's. Harry had saved it for last on purpose. The wand was the centerpiece, the tool that would focus and amplify everything he could already do. He'd been reading about wand lore in every source he could find, and the theory was fascinating. Wands were semi-sentient. They chose their wielders based on some form of magical compatibility. The combination of wood and core material created a unique instrument that resonated with a specific wizard's magical signature. He was, if he was honest with himself, nervous. Not about getting a wand, about what the wand might reveal. His magic was strong. He knew that. 3 years of wandless practice had made that clear. But a wand would define him in the eyes of the wizarding world. The wood, the core, the length, it all meant something. It was, in a sense, the first label this world would put on him. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and crammed floor to ceiling with thousands of narrow boxes. The air was thick with something that tingled against Harry's skin. The man behind the counter was old, very old, with wide, pale eyes that caught the light like moons. Ah, Ollivander said. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. He said it the way someone might say I've been expecting you, and Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Not in fear. In recognition. This man saw something. It seems only yesterday that your mother and father were in here buying their first wands, Ollivander continued. Your mother, 10¼ inches, willow, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, 11 inches, mahogany, pliable. A little more power, excellent for transfiguration. He moved closer. Those pale eyes fixed on Harry's scar. And that's where. He touched a long finger to Harry's forehead, very lightly. Harry didn't flinch. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Phoenix feather core. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. He trailed off, then straightened. Well. Let's find you a match, shall we? What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Ollivander pulled box after box from the shelves, handing Harry wands of various lengths and materials. Each time, Harry gave the wand a wave, and each time, something went wrong. A vase shattered. A shelf collapsed. A stack of boxes launched itself across the room. But Harry noticed something. The failures weren't random. Each wand produced a different kind of rejection, some went cold in his hand, some vibrated uncomfortably, some simply felt dead. And with each failure, Ollivander's eyes brightened, as if the process of elimination was revealing something fascinating. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match, he paused. Something shifted in his expression. I wonder. He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a single box, older and dustier than the others. He opened it with a kind of reverence that Harry didn't miss. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try this one. Harry took the wand. The world changed. Heat flooded through his fingers, not burning, not painful, but deep and alive, like grabbing hold of a live wire that loved you. The wand hummed in his hand, a vibration that traveled up his arm and through his chest and connected to the core of whatever it was inside him that had been moving objects and lighting fires and teleporting him onto rooftops for as long as he could remember. For the first time, that power had a channel. A focus. A voice. He raised the wand and brought it down in a smooth arc, and red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, not a shower, not a trickle, but a torrent, a cascade of light that filled the shop and sent shadows dancing across the walls and ceiling. The sparks didn't fade. They hung in the air, swirling, pulsing, alive with something that was unmistakably Harry's own magic amplified tenfold. Ollivander was staring. Not with the professional satisfaction of a craftsman finding a match. With something closer to awe. Oh, bravo, he whispered. Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. Curious, though. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. The wand sat in his hand like it had always been there. Like his hand had been waiting for it. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry went still. Ashworth, behind him, went still too. My wand shares a core with Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. The very same phoenix. 2 feathers. 2 wands. Connected. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. 11 inches of holly, warm and alive with his magic. Brother to the wand that had killed his parents. Brother to the wand that had tried to kill him and failed. He should have been disturbed. He should have felt contaminated, or afraid, or at least unsettled. He felt none of those things. He felt armed. How much, he said. 7 galleons. Harry paid. He walked out of Ollivander's with the wand in his hand and didn't put it away. It felt wrong to put it away. Like holstering a weapon that was part of your body. Maggie, he said quietly. I have the wand. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches. Same core source as Voldemort's wand. Ollivander confirmed the connection. A pause. Then Maggie's voice, understood. We'll discuss implications at debrief. How does it feel? Harry looked at the wand. He thought about the sparks, not the shower that Ollivander had seen, but the torrent. More power than expected. More than Ollivander expected, if his expression was anything to go by. It feels like I just found the rest of myself, he said. They left Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron, back into the noise and normalcy of Charing Cross Road. The walls sealed behind them. London swallowed them up. In the car, Maggie looked at Harry's face, the flush, the brightness, the barely contained energy, and said, "Tell me everything." He did. The whole day, start to finish, while Ashworth drove and Maggie listened and the city rolled past outside the windows. By the time they reached the cottage, the sun was setting and Harry had been talking for an hour straight. That night, in his bedroom, Harry sat on the edge of his bed with the wand across his knees. The holly was smooth under his fingers. He could feel it like a pulse, like a heartbeat that wasn't his own but was perfectly synchronized with it. He pointed the wand at the lamp on his desk. On, he said. The lamp didn't just turn on. It blazed. Light filled the room, far brighter than the bulb should have produced, white and clean and strong. He pointed at the bookshelf. Come, he said, thinking of a specific book, the history of the wizarding world he'd bought today. The book flew off the shelf and into his free hand with the speed and precision of a thrown dart. No wobble. No hesitation. He'd been doing wandless summoning for 2 years, but it had always been slow, imprecise, effortful. This was instant. Effortless. Like breathing. He spent the next hour testing. Levitation, everything in the room, simultaneously, held steady with a thought. Telekinesis, he rearranged his bookshelf without leaving the bed, every book sliding smoothly into its new position. The color change that he'd never been able to undo on Ashworth's jumper, he turned his pillowcase from white to blue to green to red and back again, flawless every time. The wand wasn't giving him new abilities. It was unlocking the ones he already had. Every skill he'd painstakingly developed over 3 years of wandless practice was suddenly operating at full capacity, like an engine that had been running on fumes suddenly connected to a full tank. He aimed at the window. Concentrated. Pushed. A shimmering barrier appeared across the glass, translucent, faintly golden, humming with energy. A shield. He hadn't known he could make a shield. He hadn't tried. But the wand knew, and his magic knew, and together they'd produced something that Harry instinctively recognized as protection magic. Strong. Solid. Real. He dropped the shield and sat there, breathing hard, grinning in the dark. This was what he was. This was what he could do. Not the broken boy in the cupboard. Not the charity case. Not the weapon or the pawn or the symbol. A wizard. A powerful one. And now, properly armed. Tomorrow he'd start learning from the books. Spells, theory, the formal structure of magical education that Hogwarts would teach. He'd walk into that school already knowing more than any first year should, already capable of things that would take his classmates months to learn. Not because he wanted to show off. Because the game he was walking into had been rigged before he was born, and the only way to unrig it was to be so good that the rigging didn't matter. He put the wand on his nightstand, within arm's reach. The holly gleamed faintly in the dark. Harry closed his eyes and slept, and for the first time, dreamed of his parents not as ghosts or absences or stories other people told, but as people like him. Wizards. Powerful. Brave. His. September 1st arrived with the kind of crisp autumn morning that England does better than anywhere else on earth, clear sky, golden light, a bite in the air that said summer was over and something new was beginning. Maggie drove them to King's Cross Station. The Hogwarts Express departed from platform 9 3/4, which Mrs. Figg had described and which Harry had confirmed through Hagrid. You walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. A solid brick wall that wasn't solid at all if you were a wizard. They stood in the station, surrounded by commuters and tourists and the entirely oblivious Muggle population of London, and Maggie turned to Harry. Final checks. Harry touched his watch. Comms active. I'll test once I'm on the train. The enchantments on Hogwarts may block the signal entirely. If I lose you until you find a way to reach me. We've discussed alternatives. I'll post Mrs. Figg as a relay. And if it's an emergency, send a signal and I will find you. Whatever it takes. Harry nodded. He was wearing his new robes under a Muggle coat, his trunk packed with books and supplies and several items that weren't on any Hogwarts list, the journal Maggie had given him, a set of lock picks Ashworth had taught him to use, and a small, hard-copy dossier on key figures he might encounter, written in a simple substitution cipher that would look like homework to anyone who found it. Ashworth crouched down, not because Harry was short anymore, but because he wanted to be at eye level. You know what you're doing. Trust your training, trust your instincts, trust yourself. And if anyone gives you grief, handle it. Handle it. Ashworth put a hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm proud of you, kid. Don't go soft on me, Captain. Ashworth laughed and stood up. Maggie stepped forward. She didn't crouch. She never had, she'd always treated Harry as an equal, even when he was 7, even when he was small enough to fit in a cupboard. Harry, she said. You are walking into a world that believes it knows who you are. The boy who lived. A symbol. A story. They don't know you. They know the idea of you. And over the next year, they are going to try, all of them, in different ways, for different reasons, to make you fit the story they've already written. I know. Don't let them. Write your own. She put her hand on his head, the way she'd done that first morning in the safe house, and Harry leaned into it, the way he'd done then too. Then he picked up his trunk, turned, and walked toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He didn't look back. The wall was solid brick. He walked straight at it, pushing the trolley with his trunk, and didn't slow down, and at the moment of contact there was a split second of resistance, cold, pressure, the sensation of passing through something dense, and then he was through. Platform 9 3/4. A scarlet steam engine stood at the platform, billowing white smoke. Hogwarts Express was emblazoned on the front. The platform was chaos, families, children, trolleys, owls, cats, trunks. Parents hugging children. Older students calling to friends. A prefect trying to herd a group of first-years who were staring at everything with open mouths. Harry stood at the edge of it and let it wash over him. His people. His world. The world that had been stolen from him by Voldemort's curse and the Dursleys' cruelty and Dumbledore's calculations, and that he was now walking back into on his own terms. He loaded his trunk and found a compartment near the back of the train, a tactical choice. Rear of the train offered better awareness of who was moving through the corridor, fewer people passing by, and a quick exit if needed. He stowed his trunk, sat by the window, and tapped his watch. Maggie. I'm on the platform. Signal check. Static. Then, faintly, receiving, weak. Copy. Signal degrading. I'll test again en route. If I lose you, first owl goes out tonight. Careful, love you. The signal cut out. Harry looked at the watch for a moment. Then he tapped it off and settled into his seat. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood there, tall, thin, red-haired, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression that mixed hope and anxiety in roughly equal parts. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. All yours, Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy dragged in a battered trunk and collapsed into the seat with the boneless relief of someone who'd been carrying something heavy for too long. He had freckles, a lot of them, and he was wearing robes that were slightly too short at the wrists. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's mouth fell open. "You're not. Are you?" "You are." "Blimey." His eyes went to Harry's forehead. "Have you got the scar?" Harry lifted his fringe. Ron stared at the lightning bolt with the reverence of a pilgrim at a shrine, then caught himself and went red. "Sorry. That was rude. It's just, you're famous, you know. Everyone knows about you. So I've been told." "What do they know, exactly?" "I'm curious what the story is." Ron launched into it. "The tale of Harry Potter as the Wizarding World told it, you know who at the height of his power, the Potters in hiding, the attack on Halloween night, the curse that rebounded, the Dark Lord destroyed, and the baby with the scar who survived." Ron told it with the breathless enthusiasm of someone repeating a legend, and Harry listened carefully, noting where the story matched what he knew and where it diverged. The divergences were interesting. The Wizarding World didn't know how Harry had survived. They'd constructed a narrative of destiny and heroism around a 15-month-old baby, and they'd been retelling it for 10 years, and it had calcified into something that was less history than mythology. "That's quite a story," Harry said when Ron finished. "You didn't know about any of it?" "I was raised by Muggles. They didn't tell me anything." Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Growing up not knowing you were Harry Potter. Mental." The train pulled out of the station. London scrolled past the window, then suburbs, then countryside. Ron produced a stack of sandwiches, corned beef, which he clearly wasn't thrilled about, and Harry, remembering what it felt like to be hungry and embarrassed about it, bought the entire trolley when the food cart came around and split it with Ron without making a thing of it. They ate pumpkin pasties and chocolate frogs and every flavor beans, and Ron told Harry about his family, 5 older brothers, a younger sister, parents who were good and loving and perpetually short of money. The Weasleys. Maggie's dossiers had them listed as a known pro-Muggle, anti-Voldemort family. Arthur Weasley worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry. Solidly decent people. And Ron was solidly decent too. Harry could see it immediately, the openness, the lack of guile, the way he talked about his brothers with a mix of admiration and resentment that was so genuine it hurt. Ron Weasley had never been taught to calculate. He was exactly what he appeared to be. Harry liked him. Not strategically. Genuinely. The way you like someone who makes you laugh and doesn't ask for anything and shares their last sandwich even when they don't have much to share. "So what's it like?" Ron asked, halfway through a chocolate frog. "Being raised by Muggles? Complicated. Some of it was terrible. Some of it was the best thing that could have happened to me. I learned things I wouldn't have learned here." "Like what?" "Like how to see clearly. When you grow up outside a system, you notice things about it that the people inside can't see. They're too close." Ron frowned. "That's a weird thing for an 11-year-old to say." Harry laughed. "I'm a weird 11-year-old. "Yeah, well, you're also Harry Potter, so weird sort of comes with the territory." The compartment door opened again. A girl stood there, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an expression of focused determination that Harry recognized instantly because he saw a version of it in the mirror every morning. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "Haven't seen one," Ron said. The girl's eyes moved from Ron to Harry. She noticed his scar, hard not to, with his fringe pushed back, and her eyes widened, but she didn't gape or gush. Instead, she said, "You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in several books. Modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Apparently I'm in books now," Harry said. Bit strange, given that I was a baby at the time and don't remember any of it. I'm not sure how accurate those accounts are. Were you able to find primary sources? The girl blinked. Primary sources. Eyewitness testimony. Official records. The actual investigation into what happened at Godric's Hollow. Or are the books just repeating the same second-hand account? She stared at him for a long moment. Then she stepped into the compartment and sat down. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. And I think we need to talk. Ron looked between them with the expression of someone who just realized the train ride was going to be longer than he'd anticipated. Hermione was, Harry realized within 5 minutes, the smartest person he'd met who wasn't Maggie Hale. She was Muggle-born, both parents were dentists, and she'd responded to the discovery that magic was real by reading every book she could get her hands on. She'd memorized the first-year curriculum. She'd read ahead into the second and third-year texts. She knew the history, the theory, the major figures. But she'd read it all uncritically. She'd absorbed the wizarding world's narrative of itself without questioning it, because she was 11 and the books were authoritative and she didn't have the framework to interrogate them. She knew everything and understood nothing, and the gap between those two things was exactly where Harry lived. The books all say the same thing about that night, Hermione said, after Harry had gently probed her knowledge for 10 minutes. But you're right, none of them cite primary sources. There's no mention of an official investigation. The accounts all trace back to Albus Dumbledore's statement to the Wizengamot, which was sealed. Sealed, Harry repeated. Meaning the public has never seen it. That's standard for cases involving dark magic, apparently. Or it's standard for cases where someone doesn't want the details scrutinized. Hermione looked troubled. Are you saying Dumbledore is hiding something? I'm saying that when the only account of the most significant event in recent history comes from a single source, and that source has sealed the evidence, it's worth asking why. That's not suspicion. That's just good thinking. Ron was watching this exchange with his head swiveling back and forth like a tennis spectator. You two are intense, he said. We haven't even got to school yet. Harry grinned. Sorry. Force of habit. Tell me about Quidditch instead. Ron's face lit up like someone had flipped a switch. He launched into an explanation of the wizarding sport with the passion of a true believer, and Harry listened and laughed and let the conversation settle into something lighter, something that felt like what being 11 was supposed to feel like. But in the back of his mind, he was filing. Ron Weasley, genuine, loyal, emotionally transparent. A good friend and an honest-sounding board. Hermione Granger, brilliant, driven, critical-minded when prompted. A potential ally of extraordinary value if she learned to question what she read. And outside the window, the countryside was darkening into evening, and the train was carrying him north, toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, toward the world that was waiting for him. Hogwarts appeared in the dark. They crossed a lake in small boats, first-year tradition, apparently, and the castle rose from the far shore like something out of a dream that had decided to become architecture. Towers, turrets, windows blazing with light, reflected in the black water below. It was massive and ancient and impossible and alive with magic that Harry could feel pressing against his skin like heat from a fire. Nobody spoke in the boats. Even Ron was silent, his mouth open, his eyes wide. Hermione gripped the gunwale with white knuckles. Neville Longbottom, whose toad had been found, was crying very quietly, which Harry thought was a perfectly reasonable response to seeing a magic castle for the first time. They were met at the entrance by a tall, severe woman in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, head of Gryffindor House. Harry recognized her from the dossier. A formidable witch. Fair, strict, competent. One of Dumbledore's closest allies. She led them into the castle and gave a brief speech about the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the sorting ceremony that would assign them. Then she left them in a small chamber to wait. Harry stood still and quiet among the nervous first years and let the castle settle around him. He could feel it. The magic in the walls, in the floors, in the air itself. It was old, deep, layered, centuries of enchantments piled on top of each other like geological strata. The castle wasn't just a building. It was a living thing, saturated with accumulated power. He could feel the wand in his sleeve, warm against his forearm where he'd secured it. It was resonating with the castle's magic, humming faintly, and Harry realized that for the first time in his life, he was standing in a place that was built for people like him. Every stone, every spell, every corridor, built by wizards, for wizards, to teach wizards. He belonged here. Not because a letter told him so. Because every particle of magic in his body was singing in harmony with this place. McGonagall returned and led them into the great hall. It was vast, for long tables filled with students, a head table at the far end with the staff, and a ceiling that appeared to be open sky, stars scattered across it, which Hermione whispered was enchanted to reflect the weather outside. Dumbledore sat at the center of the head table. Harry found him immediately, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple. He looked exactly like the photographs in the dossier, except that photographs couldn't capture what Harry felt when those blue eyes found him across the hall. It was like being X-rayed. A gentle, probing attention that touched the surface of Harry's mind and then, pushed. Not hard. Not violently. Just a test. A gentle nudge at the door of his thoughts. Harry felt it clearly, a sensation like fingers brushing against glass. And he did what Maggie had trained him to do when someone tried to get into his head. He shut the door. It was instinctive, almost physical. A wall of will, slammed down between his thoughts and whatever Dumbledore was doing. The probing sensation vanished. Across the hall, Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally. The pleasant smile didn't change, but something behind it shifted, surprise, recalculation, intense interest. Harry met his gaze and held it. 11 years old, standing in the great hall of Hogwarts, looking directly at the most powerful wizard in Britain and refusing to blink. I know what you did, Harry thought. I know where you left me. I know why. And I'm not the boy you were expecting. Dumbledore looked away first. It was a small thing. Nobody else would have noticed. But Harry noticed, and he filed it away, and something settled in his chest. A confirmation. Dumbledore was formidable, the mental probe alone demonstrated capabilities that Harry needed to understand and counter. But he was not omniscient. He was not infallible. He was a man who had reached for Harry's mind and found a locked door, and he hadn't expected that, and surprise was the enemy of control. The sorting hat was placed on a stool. It was old, patched, and it sang a song about the 4 houses that Harry listened to with the analytical attention of someone decoding a mission brief. The qualities each house valued. The founders' philosophies. The cultural weight of each house's reputation. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Malfoy went to Slytherin before the hat had fully touched his head. Neville went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation that left the boy looking startled. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a wave of sound, hundreds of voices murmuring his name, heads craning, eyes searching. The boy who lived. Harry walked to the stool with his spine straight and his face composed and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell over his eyes, and the hall vanished. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. What have we here? Harry said nothing. He kept his mind still, not blank, but ordered. Present. Difficult, the hat murmured. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, oh my, yes. A fine mind. Talent, extraordinary talent. And a thirst to prove yourself, certainly. But there's something else. Something I don't usually see in children your age. Discipline. Training. You've been prepared. I have, Harry said silently. And you're not afraid of me. Most children are, at least a little. The voice in your head, rummaging through your thoughts. But you're just sitting here, letting me see what you want me to see and keeping the rest locked away. Who taught you that? Someone who loves me. The hat was quiet for a moment. You could be great in Slytherin. The ambition is there. The strategic mind. Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness. I have a question, Harry said. The other houses, do they have to be enemies? Is that a rule? It's tradition. Not a rule. Then I'll break the tradition. I don't need a house to make me great. I need a house that matches who I am, not who I could be used as. Another pause. You know, in 1,000 years, very few students have argued with me. Fewer still have argued well. The hat's voice changed, less amused, more serious. Harry Potter, there is something in you that I have not felt in a very long time. A connection to the castle itself. This place recognizes you. The magic here has been waiting for you, though I couldn't tell you why. What does that mean? It means you are going to change things. For better or worse, you are going to change things. I suggest you choose well. And for what it's worth, the courage to stand in a world that wants to control you and say, no, is the bravest thing there is. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. Harry pulled the hat off and stood. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron was cheering. Hermione was beaming. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, Ron had mentioned them, were chanting, "We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, sat down between Ron and Hermione, and looked up at the enchanted ceiling. Stars. Real stars, or something close to it, scattered across a velvet sky. He was here. He was in. And the Sorting Hat had told him something that Maggie's intelligence had never uncovered. The castle itself recognized him. The magic here had been waiting for him. He'd think about what that meant later. Right now, the feast was starting, platters of food appearing on the tables from thin air, and Ron was loading his plate with the single-minded focus of a boy who loved food the way philosophers loved truth, and Hermione was already asking about the class schedule, and Harry was sitting in a hall full of magic and light and noise, and for just a moment, just one moment, he let himself stop being an operative and simply be a boy at school with his friends. It felt good. It felt right. It felt like the beginning of something. Later, in the Gryffindor dormitory, in a four-poster bed with red curtains, Harry pulled the curtains closed and tapped his watch. Static. Dead air. The castle's magic had killed the signal, as predicted. He pulled out his journal and began to write. Not a diary entry, a field report. Everything he'd observed. The Sorting Hat's words. Dumbledore's mental probe. The castle's magic. The faces at the staff table he hadn't yet identified. The social dynamics of the Great Hall. Everything. He'd send it by owl in the morning. Maggie would be waiting. He finished writing, capped the pen, and lay back on the pillow. Through the window, he could see the dark grounds of Hogwarts stretching down to the lake, and beyond it, the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I'm in, he whispered to the dark. And Maggie, this place is bigger than we thought. The castle hummed around him. The magic pulsed in the walls. And somewhere in the headmaster's office, he was certain, Albus Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, looking at the place where Harry Potter's mind should have been an open book and finding instead a closed door. Good. Let him wonder. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the real work began. Chapter 4, The Lion's Teeth. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts began with Ron Weasley falling out of bed. The thud woke the entire dormitory. Ron lay tangled in his sheets on the stone floor, blinking up at the canopy of his four-poster with the dazed confusion of someone who'd forgotten where he was and was now trying to reconcile the existence of a medieval castle with the fact that his alarm clock was a rooster-shaped thing that crowed actual fire. I'm fine, Ron announced to no one in particular. Completely fine. Normal morning. You're on the floor, said Seamus Finnegan from the next bed. I'm aware. Harry was already dressed. He'd been up since 5:30, old habit, deepened by training. He'd used the quiet hour to explore the dormitory, the common room, and the immediate corridors, mapping exits and routes in his head the way Ashworth had taught him. Hogwarts was a labyrinth. The staircases moved. The doors pretended to be walls. Entire corridors rearranged themselves on what appeared to be a whim. It was, from a security standpoint, a nightmare. From every other standpoint, it was magnificent. He'd sent his first owl before anyone else was awake. A school owl, borrowed from the Ollery at the top of the West Tower, another location he'd scouted in the pre-dawn dark, moving through the sleeping castle with the quiet confidence of someone who'd been taught to navigate unfamiliar buildings in the dark since he was 9. The letter was addressed to M. Hale, with a return address that would route through Mrs. Figg. The contents were written in their substitution cipher. To anyone who intercepted it, it would look like a homesick child writing to his grandmother about his first day. To Maggie, it was a field report covering Dumbledore's mental probe, the Sorting Hat's cryptic comments about the castle recognizing him, detailed physical descriptions of every staff member he'd observed at the head table, and a preliminary assessment of Hogwarts' defensive architecture. He'd closed with, communication device non-functional inside castle wards. Owl Post is only reliable channel. Will establish regular reporting schedule. All is well. Breakfast in the Great Hall was overwhelming in the best possible way. Mountains of food appeared on golden plates, eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, porridge, kippers, things Harry didn't even recognize. He ate well but not greedily, watching the room while Ron built a fortress of toast and Hermione studied the class schedule with the intensity of a general planning a campaign. "We've got double potions with the Slytherins on Friday," she said, frowning. "Professor Snape teaches that. I've read he's very strict." "Strict is fine," Harry said. "What else do you know about him?" "He's head of Slytherin House. Youngest person ever to become a Hogwarts professor, well, at the time he was hired. He's supposed to be brilliant at potions but not very popular with students outside his own house." Harry knew considerably more than that. Severus Snape. Former Death Eater, turned spy for Dumbledore during the First War. Childhood friend of Lily Evans, Harry's mother. The dossier on Snape was thick and complicated and painted a picture of a man defined by bitterness, brilliance, and a loyalty to Dumbledore that might have been genuine devotion or might have been something darker. Maggie's assessment had been characteristically blunt, damaged, dangerous, potentially useful. Handle with extreme care. "I'm sure he'll be fair," Harry said mildly, and changed the subject to charms, which was their first class that morning. Professor Flitwick was tiny, enthusiastic, and fell off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name during roll call. Harry caught the stack with a wandless pulse before it toppled, a gesture so quick and casual that only Hermione noticed, and she stared at him for a full 30 seconds afterward with an expression he couldn't quite decode. Charms was easy. The theory was straightforward, and Harry had been doing wandless telekinesis for 3 years, so the idea of using a wand to levitate a feather was like asking a concert pianist to play "Mary Had a Little Lamb." He didn't show off, Maggie's voice in his head, cautioning restraint, but he also didn't pretend to struggle. When Flitwick asked them to attempt the levitation charm, Harry's feather rose on the first try, steady and controlled, and hovered at exactly the height he wanted. Flitwick squeaked with delight. "Oh, wonderful. 10 points to Gryffindor. Natural talent, Mr. Potter, natural talent." Hermione got hers on the 3rd try and looked annoyed that Harry had beaten her, which Harry found quietly funny. Ron's feather did nothing, and Seamus set his on fire, and Dean Thomas launched his into Lavender Brown's hair, and by the end of class the room smelled like smoke and Flitwick was beaming because at least 2 students had demonstrated competence. Transfiguration was harder. Professor McGonagall was everything Harry had expected, sharp, precise, demanding, and utterly unimpressed by reputation. She opened the class by turning her desk into a pig and back again, which got everyone's attention, and then spent 45 minutes on the theory of molecular transfiguration before letting them attempt to turn a match into a needle. Harry managed it on his second try. The match shimmered, elongated, and became a gleaming silver needle, perfectly formed. McGonagall examined it, examined Harry, and said, "Well done, Mr. Potter," in a tone that suggested she was filing the information away for later analysis. Hermione managed a partial transfiguration. Her match became silver but retained its shape. Ron's match did nothing. Neville's match vanished entirely and was never found. By Wednesday, a pattern had established itself. Harry was good. Not just good, exceptional. Every spell they attempted, he mastered quickly, often on the first or second try. Not because he was showing off or pushing hard, but because the wand made everything fluid. 3 years of wandless practice had given him a foundation that his classmates simply didn't have. They were learning to crawl. Harry had been walking for years and was now discovering he could run. He was careful about it. Maggie had drilled this into him: competence draws attention, and attention draws scrutiny. So he performed well but not impossibly well. He was the best in the class but not suspiciously the best. He let Hermione beat him occasionally. She worked so hard for it that he felt she deserved the wins, and besides, having a rival who pushed him was valuable. But some things he couldn't hide. In their first flying lesson, Harry mounted his broomstick and rose into the air with the natural ease of someone whose body simply understood flight. The broom responded to him like an extension of his own will, not telekinesis, something different, something innate. He climbed, banked, dived, and pulled up 6 inches from the ground without a flicker of fear, and when Neville's broom went haywire and the boy fell 30 feet, Harry was there, streaking across the pitch, catching the Remembrall that had tumbled from Neville's pocket, pulling out of a 50-foot dive that made McGonagall drop her whistle and every student on the ground go silent. He landed lightly. Handed the Remembrall back to Neville, who was being tended to by Madame Hooch with a broken wrist. Turned around to find McGonagall striding across the grass toward him with an expression that was not angry but was very, very focused. "Potter. Come with me." She took him to the office of a 5th-year boy named Oliver Wood, who turned out to be the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. McGonagall explained what she'd seen. Wood's eyes went wide. "You caught the Remembrall in a 50-foot dive? First time on a broom?" "I've done similar things before," Harry said. "Not on a broom, but the principles are the same. Speed, trajectory, timing. We haven't had a decent seeker in years. First years don't usually make the team, but I'll do it," Harry said. He wasn't interested in Quidditch for the sport, though he suspected he'd enjoy it. He was interested because it gave him a legitimate reason to fly, to practice aerial maneuvers, to develop a skill set that had obvious tactical applications. And because it put him in a visible, high-status social position within Gryffindor, which was useful for someone who needed to build relationships and influence. Maggie would have approved of the reasoning. Ron would have approved of the Quidditch. Both motivations were real. The news spread through the school within hours. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, youngest seeker in a century. It added another layer to the mythology, another line in the legend. Harry let it happen. Legend was a tool, like any other. But it was the quiet moments that mattered more than the public ones. Ron Weasley became his friend not through dramatic events but through accumulation. Late nights in the common room, talking about nothing and everything. Ron's stories about his family, the chaos of the burrow, the twins' pranks, his mother's cooking, his father's obsession with Muggle technology. Ron's insecurities, always overshadowed by his brothers, never the smartest or the bravest or the most talented, always just Ron. Harry saw it clearly. Ron was loyal, funny, emotionally perceptive in ways he didn't get credit for, and braver than he knew. He was also the first friend Harry had ever had who wanted absolutely nothing from him. Ron didn't care about the boy who lived. Ron cared about Harry, the kid who shared his sweets on the train and laughed at his jokes and never once made him feel like he wasn't enough. "Your family sounds brilliant," Harry told him one evening, when they were supposed to be doing homework and were instead playing wizard's chess, at which Ron was startlingly, devastatingly good. "They're mental, is what they are. Mum sends howlers if you step out of line. The twins put a spider in my bed when I was 3 and I've never recovered. Percy's a prat. Charlie's off with dragons. Bill's in Egypt. It's a lot. It sounds like a lot of people who love each other." Ron looked at him. "Yeah," he said, quieter. "It is, I suppose. You didn't have that, did you? Before?" "No. But I do now." Ron went red to the tips of his ears and moved his bishop with unnecessary force. "Right. Well. Good. Your move, and I'm about to destroy you, just so you know." He did destroy him. Ron was 3 moves ahead the entire game, and Harry, who could beat Maggie at chess, couldn't see it coming until it was too late. Ron had an intuitive strategic intelligence that no one, possibly including Ron himself, recognized for what it was. Hermione's friendship grew differently. She was guarded, precise, competitive, and desperately lonely, though she hid it well. The other students found her annoying. Too eager, too smart, too quick to correct. She raised her hand for every question. She quoted textbooks in conversation. She had no idea how to connect with people her own age because she'd never really had to. Harry recognized the pattern. He'd been isolated too, in a different way and for different reasons. So he did for Hermione what Maggie had done for him, he took her seriously. When she quoted a textbook, he engaged with the content instead of rolling his eyes. When she corrected someone, he'd say, "Hermione's right," and move the conversation forward. When she was alone in the library, he sat with her and they studied together in comfortable silence. "You don't find me annoying," she said one evening, with the blunt directness that was her version of vulnerability. "I find you brilliant," Harry said. "Those aren't the same thing." Hermione looked at her book and didn't say anything for a while, but Harry noticed she smiled the rest of the evening. The 3 of them became a unit. Ron and Hermione bickered constantly. She thought he was lazy, he thought she was insufferable, but underneath the bickering was a growing recognition that they complemented each other. Ron's instinct, Hermione's knowledge, Harry's calm. It worked. And through it all, Harry watched the adults. Professor Quirrell was afraid of everything. That was the surface read, and most people stopped there, a nervous, stuttering defense against the dark arts teacher in an absurd purple turban who flinched at loud noises and smelled faintly of garlic. Comic relief. Harmless. Harry didn't stop at the surface. He'd noticed it the first night, at the welcome feast, a sharp, hot pain in his scar, brief and searing, that had flared when he looked at the head table. He'd assumed it was Snape, sitting there in his black robes glaring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on theatrical. But he'd tested that theory in the days that followed, paying attention to when the pain came and went, and the pattern didn't match Snape. It matched Quirrell. Every time Harry sat in defense against the dark arts, the scar prickled. Every time Quirrell turned away from him, giving Harry a view of the back of his turban, the prickle became a throb. And there was something else, a smell, underneath the garlic. Something cold and wrong that Harry couldn't identify but that his magic recoiled from instinctively, the way your hand jerks back from a hot stove before your brain registers the heat. He wrote about it in his second owl to Maggie. The scar is reactive. It responds to proximity to Quirrell, specifically to the back of his head. The turban may be concealing something. Recommend further investigation into Quirrell's background, particularly his recent sabbatical. He claims he encountered vampires in Albania. I think he encountered something else. Maggie's response came 2 days later, disguised as a chatty letter from Grandma. Decoded, it read, Quirrell, queerness. Previously taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts. Took a year's sabbatical before switching to Dada. Destination, Albania. Significance, multiple intelligence sources placed the remnant of Voldemort in Albanian forests post 1981. If Quirrell went to Albania and came back changed, the implication is obvious. Exercise extreme caution. Do not confront. Observe and report. MH. So Harry observed. He sat in defense against the dark arts and took notes and answered questions and pretended to be mildly intimidated by the stuttering professor, and all the while he was watching. The way Quirrell's stutter disappeared when he thought no one was listening. The way his eyes, behind the nervous blinking, were cold and calculating. The way he avoided mirrors. The way the turban never came off. There was something living on the back of Quirrell's head. Harry was almost certain of it. Something that his scar recognized. Something connected to him through the brother wands, through the curse that had failed, through whatever link existed between Harry Potter and the remnant of the Dark Lord who had tried to kill him. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione. Not yet. They weren't ready for it, and the information was too sensitive to share without Maggie's clearance. But he carried the knowledge like a stone in his pocket, heavy and constant, a reminder that beneath the wonder and the friendship and the classes and the Quidditch, there was a mission. There was a threat. And it was sitting at the head table, eating breakfast 20 feet away from him every morning. Snape was a different problem. Harry's first potions class was a masterclass in sustained hostility. Snape swept into the dungeon like a particularly well-dressed bat, robes billowing, and immediately fixed Harry with a stare that contained enough venom to fill several cauldrons. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The way he said it turned the word into an insult. Draco Malfoy, sitting across the dungeon with his Slytherin friends, smirked. Snape launched into a rapid-fire interrogation. Where would you find a Bezoar? What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? What would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Standard first-year material, but delivered at the speed and intensity of a courtroom cross-examination, designed to humiliate. Harry answered all three. Correctly, calmly, looking Snape directly in the eyes. A Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat. It's a general antidote to most poisons, though not all. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite. And asphodel combined with wormwood produces a sleeping potion so powerful it's known as the Draught of Living Death. The dungeon was silent. Snape's expression flickered, not with surprise, exactly, but with something more complicated. He'd expected a stammering, unprepared child. He'd gotten clear, confident answers delivered without a trace of fear. Correct, Snape said, after a pause that lasted a beat too long. Though I notice you didn't raise your hand. You didn't ask me to raise my hand, Professor. You asked me questions. More silence. Malfoy's smirk had vanished. Hermione was staring. Ron had his fists clenched under the desk, ready for a fight that Harry had no intention of having. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheek, Snape said, and turned away. Harry let it go. Points were meaningless. What mattered was that Snape had tested him and he hadn't flinched, and the entire class had seen it, and that dynamic was now established. Snape could take points and give detentions and sneer all he wanted. Harry would answer correctly, perform competently, and never give him the satisfaction of a reaction. It drove Snape slightly mad. Over the following weeks, potions became a recurring battle that only one side was fighting. Snape criticized Harry's work, docked points for imaginary infractions, praised Malfoy's mediocre efforts while ignoring Harry's superior ones. Harry responded with relentless, immaculate competence. His potions were perfect. His technique was precise. He'd been studying the textbook since August and had a natural aptitude for the discipline. It was, at its core, chemistry, and chemistry was one of the sciences Maggie had had him tutored in. After the 4th class, Snape kept him behind. The dungeon emptied. The door closed. They were alone. Snape stood behind his desk and looked at Harry with an expression stripped of the theatrical contempt he wore in class. What was underneath was rawer. More complicated. Angry, yes, but threaded through with something else that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in his own mirror during the early days. Pain. Old, deep, unresolved. "You are not what I expected," Snape said. "I know. Dumbledore told me you were raised by Petunia. That you'd be broken. Grateful. Easy to manage." Snape's jaw tightened. He didn't use those words. He didn't need to. That was the plan, Professor. Leave the baby with the abusers and collect a malleable weapon 11 years later. It didn't work. You speak about the headmaster with remarkable contempt for a child who owes him. I owe Dumbledore nothing. He left me in a cupboard. Whatever protection the blood wards provided, there were other options. He chose the one that gave him the most control. You know that. You're too smart not to. Snape went very still. The silence between them was charged, not hostile, but electric, like the moment before a storm decides which direction to break. Your mother, Snape said, and the word came out differently from everything else he'd said. Softer. Stripped of armor. She was brilliant. The brightest witch of her age. You have her eyes. I know. She would not have wanted this. Any of this. She wanted you to be happy. Safe. Normal. I'm not normal, Professor. Neither was she. And she died because someone decided that being extraordinary made her a target. I intend to make sure that doesn't happen to me. Snape stared at him for a long time. Harry couldn't read the man's expression, it was too layered, too contradictory. Hatred and admiration. Resentment and recognition. A decade of expecting James Potter's arrogant son and finding Lily Evans' clear-eyed child instead. Get out, Potter, Snape said finally, and his voice was rough. Harry left. He didn't look back. But he understood, with the clarity that came from years of reading people, that something had shifted. Snape was not an ally, not yet, maybe not ever. But he was no longer simply an antagonist. He was a variable. And variables, properly understood, could be turned. Dumbledore made his move on a Thursday evening in late October. Harry was leaving the library when he found the headmaster waiting in the corridor, apparently examining a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy with the casual interest of a man who had nothing better to do, which Harry did not believe for a second. Ah, Harry. Good evening. I wonder if you might walk with me. Of course, Professor. They walked. The castle was quiet, most students were in their common rooms, and the corridors were lit by torches that cast long, moving shadows on the stone walls. Dumbledore walked slowly, hands clasped behind his back, radiating the kind of benevolent authority that made most people feel safe and seen. Harry felt neither. He felt the same gentle pressure at the edges of his mind that he'd felt at the sorting feast, Dumbledore's legitimacy, subtle and expert, trying to read him. He kept his mental walls up, smooth and solid, and gave nothing away. I must confess, Dumbledore said, that you are not quite what I anticipated. People keep telling me that. Indeed. I placed you with your aunt and uncle for very specific reasons, Harry. Reasons connected to your mother's sacrifice and the protections it afforded. I understood that the environment might not be ideal. But I believed the safety it provided outweighed the discomfort. Discomfort, Harry repeated. Is that what you call a cupboard and broken bones? Dumbledore's stride faltered, just slightly. I was not aware of the extent. You had a spy living 2 streets away. Arabella Figg. She reported to you. She saw the bruises. She knew about the cupboard. You knew, Professor. And you decided it was acceptable. The corridor was very quiet. Dumbledore's expression was careful, measured, but Harry caught the tension in his jaw, the slight narrowing of his eyes. Not anger. Discomfort. The discomfort of a man whose careful reasoning was being examined under a light he hadn't expected. I made a judgment, Dumbledore said slowly. I believed that the greater good justified the suffering of one child. I understand the calculation, Professor. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. What I don't understand is why you're telling me this now. You didn't seek me out to apologize, you're not sorry, not really, because you still believe you were right. You sought me out because I'm not behaving the way you expected, and you need to recalibrate. Dumbledore stopped walking. He turned to face Harry fully, and for the first time, Harry saw the wizard behind the grandfather mask. The blue eyes weren't twinkling. They were sharp, analytical, and deeply, genuinely unsettled. You are 11 years old, Dumbledore said quietly. I've been told. Who taught you to think like this? Someone who believed I deserved to think for myself. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Harry could feel the legitimacy probing harder now, not aggressively, but with more focus, more intent. Looking for the shape of whoever had gotten to Harry first. Looking for the threat. Harry strengthened his walls and gave him nothing. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was different now, not the grandfather voice, not the headmaster voice, but something closer to what Harry imagined the man actually sounded like when the performance dropped away. There is a war coming. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The forces that killed your parents are not gone. They are gathering. And when they return, the world will need you. Not as a symbol, as a weapon. I have spent 10 years trying to ensure that when that moment comes, you will be ready. By locking me in a cupboard. By keeping you alive. The blood wards, I'm not questioning the wards, Professor. I'm questioning the choice to let abuse happen inside them. There's a difference between protecting someone and warehousing them. You did the latter and called it the former. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, there was something there that Harry hadn't seen before. Not guilt, exactly. Recognition. You're right, Dumbledore said. I failed you. The protection was necessary. The suffering was not. I told myself it was acceptable because the alternative was worse, and I was wrong, and I am sorry. Harry studied him. The apology was real, he could feel it. Dumbledore wasn't performing. He was a man confronting a mistake he'd made for what he believed were good reasons, and finding that good reasons didn't make the mistake smaller. Thank you, Harry said. I appreciate that. But it doesn't change things between us. No. It doesn't. I don't trust you, Professor. I may never trust you. But I believe you want to protect the wizarding world, and I believe you think I'm important to that effort, and I'm willing to work with you on those terms. Honestly, transparently, with no manipulation on either side. You are asking Albus Dumbledore to be transparent, Dumbledore said, with a flicker of wry humor that was probably his most honest expression of the evening. I'm asking Albus Dumbledore to try. I think you'll find I'm more useful as an ally than as a pawn. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The torchlight flickered. The castle hummed around them. Perhaps you are right, Dumbledore said finally. Perhaps I have been playing chess when I should have been building a team. I will consider your terms, Harry. In the meantime, be careful. This castle holds secrets, and not all of them are mine. He walked away down the corridor, robes trailing, and Harry stood alone in the torchlight and let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. His hands were steady. His heart was pounding. But the conversation had gone exactly as he'd planned. Dumbledore now knew 3 things: Harry couldn't be read, Harry couldn't be manipulated, and Harry was willing to cooperate. That last point was crucial. It kept the door open. It prevented Dumbledore from treating him as a hostile actor. And it gave Harry access to the most powerful wizard in Britain on terms that were, for the first time in the history of their relationship, closer to equal. He wrote it all down that night. Maggie would want every word. Halloween brought the troll. Harry smelled it before he saw it, a stench like an open sewer mixed with old socks, rolling through the corridors of the first floor in a wave that made his eyes water. He was already moving, because while every other student was filing back to their dormitories following Dumbledore's calm announcement that a troll had been let into the castle, Harry had realized two things simultaneously. 1. Hermione didn't know. She'd been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon, crying because Ron had made a thoughtless comment about her in charms and it had hit harder than Ron understood. 2. Someone had let the troll in on purpose. A mountain troll didn't wander into a heavily warded castle by accident. Someone had opened a door or lowered a barrier or actively guided the creature inside. On Halloween night, when the entire school was gathered in one place. When everyone would be distracted. When someone might want to access something without being observed. The third-floor corridor. The forbidden one. Whatever was being guarded there. But that was a problem for later. Right now, Hermione was alone in a bathroom and a 12-foot troll was between her and safety. "Ron," Harry said sharply, grabbing his arm as they moved with the crowd. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. Whatever stupid thing he'd said that afternoon, whatever petty annoyance had driven it, evaporated in an instant. "Where is she?" "First floor girls' bathroom." "Come on." They ran. The corridors were emptying as students followed prefects to their dormitories. Harry navigated by sound and smell. The troll was close, its footsteps shaking the floor, the stench getting worse. They rounded a corner and there it was. 12 feet tall. Gray, lumpy skin like badly mixed concrete. Tiny, stupid eyes. A wooden club the size of a tree trunk dragging along the floor, gouging stone. It was shuffling directly toward the girls' bathroom. Harry assessed in 2 seconds. The troll was enormous, strong, but slow, both physically and mentally. Its eyes tracked movement. Its grip on the club was loose. Its balance was top-heavy. It was, essentially, a battering ram with legs and no tactical awareness. "Ron. Stay behind me. When I move it, get Hermione out. When you move it." "Harry, it's 12 feet, Harry drew his wand and stepped into the corridor. The troll saw him. It grunted, swung the club. Slow. Predictable. Harry sidestepped without effort, the same footwork Ashworth had drilled into him 1,000 times, and the club smashed into the wall where he'd been standing, sending stone chips flying. Harry raised his wand. He didn't think about spells. He didn't reach for a textbook incantation. He reached for the deep, instinctive magic that he'd been using since he was 7, the same force that had blown out the windows at Privet Drive, and he channeled it through the holly wand and hit the troll with everything he had. The troll lifted off its feet. Not a little. Not a stumble. It went up and backward like a toy swatted by a giant hand. 800 pounds of magical creature hurled 15 feet down the corridor to crash into the far wall with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling and cracked the stone. The club flew from its grip and clattered across the floor. The troll slumped, dazed. Not unconscious, it was already stirring, shaking its head, but stunned. Ron was staring. "What the, go. Get Hermione. Now." Ron ran. Harry kept his wand trained on the troll, watching it pull itself upright with the slow, grinding determination of something too stupid to know it should stay down. It spotted Harry again. Roared. Charged. Harry levitated the dropped club. The massive wooden bludgeon rose from the floor, spun once, and drove itself straight down onto the troll's head with all the force Harry's magic could deliver. The troll dropped. This time, it stayed down. The bathroom door burst open. Ron and Hermione stumbled out. Hermione was white-faced, tear-streaked, shaking, but unhurt. She saw the troll on the floor. She saw Harry standing over it with his wand out and his breathing steady and not a scratch on him. "Harry, what, how, are you hurt?" "No, no. It came in and started smashing things and I hid under the sinks and then Ron came in," she looked at the troll again. You knocked out a mountain troll. It's not that impressive. They're not very bright. It's 12 feet tall. Size isn't everything. Are you sure you're okay? She nodded. Then she burst into tears and threw her arms around him, which Harry had not anticipated and which caused him to stand very still for a moment before cautiously patting her back. Ron stood beside them, looking at the unconscious troll with an expression that mixed terror and admiration in roughly equal parts. "Mate," he said. "What the hell was that?" Before Harry could answer, footsteps thundered down the corridor. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived simultaneously, McGonagall furious, Snape limping, Quirrell theatrically terrified. Harry noticed the limp. He noticed the torn fabric at Snape's ankle, beneath which was visible a bloody wound. And he noticed the direction Snape had come from, not the dungeons, where Slytherin's dormitories were, but the upper floors. Near the third-floor corridor. Interesting. McGonagall demanded an explanation. Hermione, in a move that surprised Harry, took the blame. She'd gone looking for the troll, she said, because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it. A lie, and a generous one, designed to cover for the fact that she'd been crying in a bathroom because she had no friends. Harry and Ron had come to find her, she said. Harry had fought the troll. McGonagall looked at the unconscious mountain troll. She looked at Harry. She looked at his wand, still in his hand, perfectly steady. 5 points from Gryffindor for sheer foolishness, she said to Hermione. Then, to Harry and Ron, 5 points each to Gryffindor for dumb luck. She didn't mean it. Harry could see it in her eyes, she was shaken. An 11-year-old had taken down a mountain troll single-handedly. That wasn't dumb luck. That was power, and McGonagall knew the difference. Snape was watching him too. Not with the usual hostility. With something more careful. More wary. More aware. And Quirrell, Harry glanced at the defense professor and caught him staring not at the troll but at Harry, with an expression that the stutter and the turban and the theatrical nervousness couldn't quite conceal. Hunger. Cold, predatory hunger. The look of something wearing a mask that had slipped, just for a second, before it was tugged back into place. Harry met Quirrell's eyes and held them. The scar burned. Harry didn't flinch. I see you, he thought. I don't know what you are yet. But I see you. Quirrell looked away. That night, back in the Gryffindor common room, something had changed. Hermione sat with Harry and Ron by the fire, and the distance that had existed between them, Hermione on one side, the boys on the other, was gone. She'd been saved. Not by a teacher, not by a system, but by two boys who'd run toward danger because she mattered to them. Thank you, she said quietly. Both of you. Ron shrugged, ears red. Couldn't let a troll eat you, could we? Who'd help me with my homework? Hermione laughed. It was watery and tired and real, and it sealed something between the three of them that hadn't been sealed before. Not friendship, they'd already had that. Trust. The kind that comes from shared danger and mutual choice. The kind that holds. After Hermione went to bed, Harry sat alone in the common room and wrote his report. The troll, the timing, Snape's injury, Quirrell's expression. He added his assessment at the end. I believe the troll was a diversion. Someone, likely Quirrell, possibly directed by whatever he carries beneath the turban, is making an attempt on the object guarded in the third-floor corridor. Snape appears to have intervened to prevent this, sustaining an injury from the three-headed dog that guards the trapdoor. Ron mentioned this, apparently common knowledge among students. The situation is escalating. I am monitoring. He sent the owl at midnight. It vanished into the dark sky over Hogwarts, carrying intelligence about a shadow war that was being fought inside a school, in plain sight, with children as collateral. The weeks after Halloween were a slow burn. Harry kept watching Quirrell. He kept monitoring Snape. He kept attending classes, playing Quidditch, and building the relationships that were both genuine and strategically essential. His first Quidditch match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, nearly killed him. His broom went haywire mid-game. One moment he was flying, scanning for the snitch, perfectly in control. The next, the broom was bucking and rolling like a living thing trying to throw him off. He gripped with his knees and held on, the ground spinning far below, and immediately understood, this wasn't a malfunction. Someone was jinxing his broom. He looked at the stands. Snape was staring at him, lips moving. Quirrell was beside him, also staring, also with lips moving. Two people casting. But only one was trying to kill him. Harry did something he'd never done before in public. He stopped fighting the broom and instead reached deep into his own magic, past the wand, past the training, into the raw core of power that had lived in him since birth, and he pushed. Not outward. Inward. He flooded the broom with his own magic, overwhelming whatever external curse was fighting for control, and the broom went still. The crowd gasped. Harry shot forward, perfectly stable, saw the snitch hovering 3 feet above the ground near the Slytherin goalposts, and dived. He caught it clean, pulling out of the dive at the last possible second, and landed with the golden ball clenched in his fist and the stadium erupting around him. In the stands, Hermione was explaining to Ron that she'd set Snape's robes on fire because she'd seen him cursing Harry's broom. Harry would correct her later, gently. It wasn't Snape. Snape had been counter-cursing, trying to save him. It was Quirrell. It was always Quirrell. The game against Quirrell was approaching its endgame, and Harry could feel it. The troll had been a probe. The broom had been a bolder move. Whatever Quirrell, or the thing directing Quirrell, wanted from the third-floor corridor, it was getting desperate. Harry had pieced together most of it by now. The three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. Hagrid's accidental mention of someone named Nicholas Flamel. Hermione's research, because of course Hermione researched it, she couldn't help herself, had identified Flamel as an alchemist and the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary object that produced the elixir of life. Dumbledore had hidden the stone at Hogwarts, behind a series of protections designed by the staff. Maggie's analysis, delivered by Owl and her grandmother Cypher, was characteristically sharp. A school full of children is not a vault. Dumbledore has hidden a priceless magical artifact in a building full of students, behind protections designed by his own staff, one of whom, Quirrell, is apparently compromised. This is either catastrophic negligence or deliberate bait. Given what you've told me about Dumbledore, I suspect the latter. He wants someone to try for the stone. The question is, who does he expect to go through the trapdoor, and why? Harry read the letter twice and then burned it, as protocol required. He knew the answer to Maggie's question. Dumbledore expected Harry to go through the trapdoor. The entire setup, the forbidden corridor announced at the welcome feast, the clues scattered like breadcrumbs, the protections calibrated to be challenging but not impossible for a clever first year, was a test. A crucible. Dumbledore was engineering a confrontation between Harry and whatever was lurking behind Quirrell's turban, under controlled conditions, inside his own castle. It was, Harry had to admit, a brilliant piece of strategic architecture. Ruthless, manipulative, and deeply dangerous, but brilliant. Dumbledore wanted to know what Harry could do. He wanted to know if the boy who lived could face Voldemort and survive again. And he was willing to use a school full of children as the stage for the experiment. Harry wasn't going to play the game on Dumbledore's terms. But he was going to play it. Because whatever was behind that trapdoor, whatever fragment of Voldemort was riding Quirrell like a parasite, it needed to be dealt with. Not for Dumbledore's grand strategy. Not for the prophecy or the legend or the greater good. Because Harry Potter had spent his entire life being hunted by the shadow of a dead man, and he was done running. He wrote one last letter to Maggie. Short. Direct. The situation at Hogwarts is coming to a head. I believe an attempt on the guarded object is imminent. I intend to be there when it happens. I am not being reckless, I am the only person in this castle who understands the full picture, and I have capabilities that the staff does not know about. I will report when it's done. Trust me. Maggie's response came the next morning. 3 words, in cipher. I do. Harry tucked the letter into his journal and began to prepare. Chapter 5, Through the Trapdoor. It started with Hagrid and a dragon egg. Harry heard about it from Ron, who heard about it from his brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania and had received a somewhat frantic owl from a gamekeeper at Hogwarts asking how to care for a Norwegian ridgeback hatchling. The chain of information was so absurdly unsecured that Harry would have laughed if the implications weren't so serious. He went to see Hagrid that evening, alone. The gamekeeper's hut sat at the edge of the forbidden forest, smoke curling from its chimney, Fong the boarhound slobbering on the doorstep. Harry knocked. Hagrid opened the door looking flushed, sweaty, and guilty in the way that only Hagrid could look guilty, which was to say, completely and transparently. Harry wasn't expecting. Come in, bit warm in here, the fire was roaring. In June. And in the center of it, sitting in a blackened cauldron, was an egg the size of a rugby ball, its dark shell veined with what looked like molten copper. Hagrid, Harry said. Is that a dragon egg? Well, I won it, see. Down at the pub. Bloke had it under his cloak, seemed glad to be rid of it. What pub? When? What did the man look like? Hagrid blinked at the sharpness of the questions. The Hog's Head, couple weeks back. Didn't see his face, kept his hood up. We played cards, had a few drinks. He was dead interested in the sorts of creatures I look after here at Hogwarts. Asked all about Harry went very still. What did you tell him? Just general stuff. You know. The Thestrals, the Hippogriffs, Fluffy. The 3-headed dog. Guarding Hagrid stopped. His face drained. I shouldn't ha' told ya that. You already told me about Fluffy, Hagrid. What I'm asking is, what did you tell the stranger at the pub? Hagrid's enormous hands wrung together. He asked how I managed such interestin' creatures. I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon be easy. Fluffy's a piece o' cake if you know how to calm him down, just play him a bit o' music and he dropped straight off ter sleep. He stopped again. This time the color didn't just drain from his face, it collapsed, replaced by a dawning horror that aged him 10 years in 3 seconds. I shouldn't ha' told him that, Hagrid whispered. Should I? No, Harry said quietly. You shouldn't have. He left Hagrid's hut 20 minutes later with the full picture assembled in his mind like the final piece of a jigsaw snapping into place. The stranger in the Hog's Head was Quirrell, or more precisely, the thing controlling Quirrell. It had engineered the encounter. Given Hagrid the dragon egg as bait, knowing the gamekeeper's weakness for dangerous creatures. Drawn out the information about Fluffy. Music. That was the key to the first obstacle. Which meant Quirrell now had everything he needed to get past the 3-headed dog. And with end-of-year exams consuming the attention of every student and most of the staff, the timing was perfect. Harry walked back to the castle in the fading light and found Ron and Hermione in the library. He sat down across from them and told them everything. Not everything. Not about MI6, not about Maggie, not about Operation Looking Glass. But everything about Quirrell, the stone, the trapdoor, and what was coming. Hermione's face went progressively whiter as he laid it out. Ron's went progressively redder. You've known about this for months. Hermione said. About Quirrell? I've suspected. The scar gave it away, it hurts when I'm near him, specifically near the back of his head. There's something under that turban. Something connected to Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione didn't. Why didn't you tell Dumbledore, she asked. Because I think Dumbledore already knows. Or at least suspects. The stone is bait, Hermione. The whole setup, the forbidden corridor announced at the feast, the protections that are challenging but beatable, it's designed to draw Quirrell out. Dumbledore wants to catch him in the act. Then let him, Ron said. Let Dumbledore handle it. He's the most powerful wizard alive, isn't he? He is. But Dumbledore was called away from the castle today. An urgent owl from the ministry. I checked, he left an hour ago. Hermione's eyes widened. That could be a diversion. Yes. Get Dumbledore out of the castle, make the attempt on the stone tonight. If I'm right, Quirrell is going through the trapdoor as we speak. And the staff protections, whatever they are, were designed to test, not to stop. Not really. Not someone who's done their homework. Ron leaned back in his chair. So what do we do? Harry looked at both of them. His two best friends. The boy who was braver than he knew and the girl who was smarter than anyone gave her credit for. He'd been preparing for this moment for months, years, if he counted the training. But he hadn't been preparing to do it alone. We go through the trapdoor, he said. Tonight. You're mental, Ron said. Then, I'm in. Hermione closed her book. Obviously I'm in. Someone has to keep you two alive. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Then he got serious. Listen to me. Both of you. I need you to understand what we're walking into. This isn't a school adventure. Quirrell is being controlled by something, maybe possessed. The thing controlling him killed my parents and tried to kill me. It's dangerous. Genuinely dangerous. If at any point you want to turn back, you turn back. No judgment. No questions. Harry, Ron said, with a steadiness that surprised them both. Shut up. We're coming. Harry nodded. He pulled out parchment and a quill. What are you doing? Hermione asked. Writing a letter. If something goes wrong, this gets sent to someone who can help. He wrote fast, in cipher. Maggie. Going through tonight. Quirrell making attempt on stone. Dumbledore away from castle, likely a diversion. I'm not waiting. If you don't hear from me by morning, execute contingency. The target is Quirrell, or more accurately, what's living on the back of his head. He folded the letter, addressed it, and summoned one of the school owls from the Ollery with a silent pulse of magic that made the bird arc down from the tower and land on the library windowsill. He tied the letter to its leg and sent it into the evening sky. Hermione watched all of this with her mouth slightly open. You just summoned an owl. From here. Without speaking. I've been able to do wandless magic since I was 7. I'll explain later. Right now we need to move. They moved. The castle after curfew was a different animal. Shadows pooled in corners. Suits of armor loomed. Peeves the poltergeist drifted through a distant corridor, cackling to himself. Harry navigated with the confidence of someone who'd been mapping this building since September and running dark building drills since he was 9. They reached the third-floor corridor without incident. The door was already open. Whatever enchantment normally sealed it had been bypassed. Behind the door, Fluffy, 3 heads, each the size of a dustbin, each bristling with teeth, was awake. But not for long. A golden harp sat in the corner, playing itself, and the massive dog was swaying on its feet, all 6 eyes drooping. The music was working. Someone had already been here. He's ahead of us, Harry said. Trapdoor. Now. The trapdoor was in the floor beneath one of Fluffy's enormous paws. Ron helped Harry lever it open while Hermione kept a nervous eye on the dog. Below was darkness, total, complete, the kind of dark that felt like a physical thing. Harry dropped through first. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, maybe more, and he landed on something soft. Very soft. Soft and moving. Devil's snare, Hermione said immediately, landing beside him. The plant was already wrapping tendrils around their legs, thick ropey vines tightening with surprising strength. Don't panic, it tightens if you struggle. You have to relax. Ron landed with a yelp and immediately started struggling, which was exactly wrong. The vines surged around him. Stop moving. Hermione shouted. It hates light and heat, Harry, can you? Harry was already casting. Not a textbook spell, something deeper, more instinctive. He raised his wand and thought about fire, about heat, about the curtains he'd accidentally ignited during chess with Maggie 3 years ago, and a column of brilliant white flame erupted from his wand tip and washed over the devil's snare in a wave. The plant recoiled. Every tendril released at once, writhing away from the fire, and the 3 of them dropped through to a stone corridor below. Blimey, Ron gasped, rubbing his legs. Remind me never to garden. They moved on. The next chamber contained a cloud of flying keys and a broomstick. The door at the far end was locked, and somewhere among the hundreds of fluttering keys was the one that matched it, old, silver, with a bent wing, as if someone had already grabbed it. Quirrell's been through here too, Harry said. He caught the key and went on. But the key's back in the air, it must reset. He mounted the broomstick. The keys swarmed around him, darting, dodging, metallic wings glinting. Harry flew through them with the precise, instinctive control that had made him the youngest seeker in a century, scanning, filtering, and there, the old silver one, wing still crumpled, moving slower than the rest. He caught it in 3 seconds. The others barely had time to watch. The door opened onto a chessboard. Massive. Stone pieces the size of grown adults, standing on a marble floor that stretched the width of the chamber. The pieces were motionless, waiting. We have to play our way across, Hermione said, reading the enchantment. It's McGonagall's protection. We take the places of pieces and play. Ron stepped forward. His eyes swept the board, the positions, the pieces, the geometry of it, and something happened to his face. The nervousness fell away. The self-doubt fell away. What was left was the Ron Weasley who destroyed Harry at chess on a weekly basis, the Ron who could see 12 moves ahead and play the board like a musical instrument. I'll direct, Ron said. His voice was calm, certain, commanding. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, take the castle position. Don't move unless I tell you to. They played. The white pieces were brutal, no mercy, no hesitation, stone swords smashing captured pieces to rubble. Ron played brilliantly, sacrificing pieces with ruthless precision, advancing their position across the board. Harry followed his directions and watched his friend work and understood, not for the first time, that Ron Weasley's mind contained depths that Ron himself didn't fully appreciate. They were close. 2 moves from checkmate. But Harry could see what Ron was seeing, the configuration, the options, and the cold weight of it settled in his stomach. Ron, he said. Don't. It has to be done. Ron's voice was steady. After I move, you'll be free to checkmate the king. There has to be another way. Let me think, there isn't. I've run it 6 times. This is the only line. Ron looked at him. His face was white but his jaw was set and his eyes were clear. It's chess, Harry. Sometimes you sacrifice a knight to win the game. I'll be fine. It's just chess. He stepped forward. The White Queen turned. Struck. Ron went down hard, stone arm catching him across the temple. He crumpled onto the marble and didn't move. Ron! Hermione screamed. Harry checked the board. Ron's sacrifice had opened the line. He stepped into position. Checkmate. The White King dropped its crown. The pieces moved aside. Harry was at Ron's side in 2 seconds, fingers on his neck, pulse strong, breathing steady. Unconscious, not dead. Head wound bleeding but not catastrophic. Ashworth had taught him battlefield triage at 10. Ron was hurt, not dying. He's okay, Harry told Hermione, who was shaking. Concussion, probably. He needs the hospital wing. I'll take him. Hermione was crying but her voice was firm. You go on. Hermione, Harry. Whatever is down there, Quirrell is already there. Someone has to stop him. Ron needs medical attention. You're the one who has to go forward and I'm the one who has to go back. That's just the math. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Be careful. Please. Harry looked at her, this 12-year-old girl, brilliant and terrified and refusing to let the terror win, and thought that Maggie Hale would have liked her very much. I will, he said. Get him out. He left them there and went on alone. The next chamber was Snape's contribution. A table of potions, a wall of purple fire blocking the forward door, a wall of black fire blocking the retreat. A logic puzzle in a scroll. Harry read it once, solved it in 30 seconds. Logic puzzles were something Maggie had drilled him on since he was 8, and drank the correct potion. Cold flooded through him. The purple flames parted as he walked through. The final chamber. It was large, circular, and lit by torches that cast a strange, bluish light. In the center stood the Mirror of Eriste. Harry recognized it from the description in his research, a massive ornate mirror with an inscription across its frame. And standing before the mirror, hands clenched, robes disheveled, was Quirrell. Without the turban. The stutter was gone. The nervous blinking was gone. The man standing in the blue torchlight was rigid, focused, and radiating a cold fury that had nothing to do with the theatrical cowardice he'd been performing all year. And on the back of his head, where the turban had been, was a face. Harry had been briefed on Voldemort. He'd read the dossiers, studied the history, seen the Wizarding World's accounts of the Dark Lord's rise and fall. He'd imagined what encountering whatever remained of the man who'd killed his parents might feel like. He'd thought he was prepared. He wasn't prepared for this. The face was barely a face. Chalk-white, flattened, features compressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like something pressed into clay. The eyes were red, not bloodshot, not irritated, but red, the deep arterial crimson of something that had abandoned every pretense of humanity. The nose was 2 slits. The mouth was a thin, lipless line that curved into a smile when it saw Harry. His scar exploded with pain. Not the dull throb he'd felt in class. A white-hot lance that drove through his forehead and into the center of his brain, so intense that his vision whited out for a full second. He staggered. Caught himself. Breathed through it the way Ashworth had taught him to breathe through pain, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Don't fight it, ride it, let it pass through you. The pain receded to a burning ache. Harry straightened up. His wand was in his hand. His feet were planted, weight balanced, ready to move. Harry Potter, said the face on the back of Quirrell's head. The voice was high, cold, and thin, like something speaking through a crack in a wall. We meet again. We've never met, Harry said. You tried to murder me when I was a baby. That's not a meeting. The mouth stretched. Not a smile, a rictus, the muscular contraction of something that remembered what smiling looked like but had forgotten why people did it. Such spirit. Your father had spirit too. It didn't save him. My mother's love did, though. Didn't it? That seems to have been a problem for you. The red eyes narrowed. Quirrell's body turned so the face was fully toward Harry, and the pain in his scar spiked again. Harry held his ground. The stone, Harry, Voldemort said. It's in the mirror. I can see it. But I cannot reach it. The old fool's final trick, the mirror shows what you desire most, but only one who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. A pause. Look into the mirror, Harry. No. Look into the mirror, and I will tell you things. About your parents. About the night they died. About what you are. I know what I am. Do you? Do you know about the prophecy? Do you know why I came for you that night? Not your father, he was incidental. Not your mother, she was collateral. You. A baby in a crib. I came for you because a prophecy told me you would be my destruction. And I intended to destroy you first. Harry's mind was racing, but his face was stone. Prophecy. That was new. Maggie's files had no mention of a prophecy. Dumbledore had never mentioned it. The Wizarding World's public narrative, that Voldemort had attacked the Potters for unknown reasons, suddenly had a crack in it, and through that crack, light was pouring in. A prophecy, Harry said. And you believed it. It was spoken by a true seer. Recorded by Dumbledore himself. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. July. Your birthday, Harry. You were marked before you were born. And you decided to kill a baby because of a fortune cookie. That's not power. That's fear. The red eyes blazed. The temperature in the chamber dropped. Quirrell's body trembled, whether from Voldemort's rage or from the strain of hosting a parasitic Dark Lord, Harry couldn't tell. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. I am beyond fear. You're a face on the back of someone else's head. You're a parasite. You failed to kill a baby, you lost your body, and you've spent 10 years hiding in forests and possessing other people because you're too weak to exist on your own. That's not conquering death. That's barely surviving. Silence. Total, ringing silence. The torches flickered. You are brave, Voldemort said softly. Foolishly so. Your mother was the same. She stood between us and begged for your life. I offered her a chance to step aside. She refused. I know. And her refusal destroyed you. That's what love does, it's the one thing you can't account for because you've never experienced it. You can't model what you can't understand, and you can't defend against what you can't model. That's your weakness. Not me. Not a prophecy. Love. The thing you think is nothing is the thing that broke you. Voldemort's expression twisted. Something ugly moved behind those red eyes, fury, yes, but also something older and deeper. Recognition. This child was not afraid. This child was not begging. This child was standing in front of the darkest wizard in living memory and dissecting him like a specimen. Kill him, Voldemort hissed. Quirrell spun. His hand came up, fingers extended, and a bolt of sickly green light erupted from his palm, not the killing curse, not quite, but something close, something dark and fast and lethal. Harry moved. Not with magic. Not at first. With the muscle memory that Ashworth had beaten into his bones over 4 years of training. He dropped left, the curse scorching the air where his head had been a fraction of a second earlier, hit the ground in a roll, came up on one knee with his wand raised, and fired back. The spell he cast wasn't from any textbook. It was pure force, his magic, channeled through the holly wand, shaped by will and fury into a battering ram of invisible energy that hit Quirrell in the chest and sent him skidding backward across the stone floor. Quirrell recovered fast. Too fast. He was being driven by something beyond his own physical limits, Voldemort's will overriding pain and exhaustion and the normal constraints of a human body. He fired again, a rapid chain of curses, dark and bright, that filled the chamber with flashing light and the smell of ozone. Harry shielded. The golden barrier he'd discovered in his bedroom at the cottage snapped into existence in front of him, solid as glass, and the curses splashed off it in showers of sparks. He held the shield with his left hand, metaphorically, an extension of will, and fired around it with his wand hand, sending concussive blasts that cracked the stone floor and drove Quirrell back toward the far wall. They fought. Properly fought, in a way that the chamber had never been designed to contain. Quirrell's curses grew darker and more desperate, cutting hexes, fire, something that turned the air itself poisonous until Harry countered it with a wandless gust of clean wind that he pulled from somewhere he didn't fully understand. Harry responded with everything he had: force, fire, precision strikes aimed at disabling rather than killing, because Quirrell was a victim too, a man being ridden by a monster. A cutting curse slipped past Harry's shield and opened a gash across his forearm. He barely felt it. The pain in his scar was so overwhelming that a physical wound was just noise. Blood ran down his wrist and onto his wand hand, and the holly wand didn't care. It kept channeling, kept responding, kept singing with the fierce, joyful energy of an instrument being played at full capacity for the first time. Quirrell lunged. Not a spell, a physical charge, hands outstretched, Voldemort's screaming voice driving him forward. He grabbed Harry by the throat. And then he started screaming for a very different reason. The moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, something happened. Harry felt it, a surge of heat, not from his scar but from his entire body, a wave of energy that erupted from every cell and poured into the point of contact like acid into an open wound. Quirrell's hands blistered. The skin cracked, blackened, turned to ash. He screamed, a sound so terrible it barely sounded human, and tried to pull away, but Harry grabbed his wrists and held on. It was instinct. Not cruelty, survival. The same magic that had protected him as a baby, the love his mother had poured into him with her dying breath, was burning through Quirrell's cursed flesh like sunlight through shadow. Harry could feel it, ancient, powerful, beyond anything a wand could channel. Not his magic. His mother's. Still alive in him, still protecting him, after all these years. Stop! Voldemort shrieked. Release him. Harry held on. Quirrell was crumbling, literally crumbling, his hands disintegrating, his arms, his face. He was turning to ash from the outside in, and the thing on the back of his head was writhing, screaming, those red eyes blazing with a terror that Harry recognized because he'd seen it before, in a different form, in a cupboard under the stairs. The fear of being powerless. The fear of dying. The fear of meeting something stronger than you that you can't control. This is what love does, Harry said, through gritted teeth, through the pain, through the scar that felt like it was splitting his skull open. This is what you can't beat. Quirrell collapsed. What was left of him hit the floor, a crumbling shell, barely recognizable, and from the ruin of his body something rose. Dark, shapeless, screaming, a wraith, a shadow, a fragment of something that had once been Tom Riddle and was now too broken to hold a form. It hung in the air for one horrible second, those red eyes staring into Harry's green ones with a hatred so pure it was almost beautiful. Then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the castle itself, a dark streak that vanished into the night, leaving behind silence and ash and the smell of burning. Harry stood alone in the chamber. His hands were shaking. His scar was screaming. Blood from the cut on his arm dripped onto the stone floor. The torches flickered and steadied. The mirror of Eriste stood untouched. Harry looked at it. He saw himself. Older, stronger, standing in sunlight. Behind him, not ghosts, not wishes, but real people. Maggie, with her sharp eyes and crooked smile. Ashworth, solid and warm. Ron and Hermione, laughing at something. And behind them, fainter, like a memory of light, a woman with red hair and green eyes, and a man with dark hair and glasses, and they were smiling at him with a love so fierce it cracked something open in his chest. His parents. Not as he'd imagined them. As they'd been. Something heavy appeared in his pocket. He reached in and felt it, a smooth, blood-red stone, warm to the touch. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to find it, not use it. He wanted to protect it. And the mirror knew the difference. Harry took the stone out of his pocket. He looked at it. Eternal life. Unlimited gold. The power to defy death itself. He put it back in his pocket. Later. He'd deal with it later. Right now the chamber was swimming and the floor was tilting and the pain in his scar was swallowing everything and, he fell. The stone floor came up to meet him and the last thing he saw was the torchlight fading to gray and the last thing he thought was I did it, Maggie. I stopped him. Then darkness, and silence, and nothing. He woke up in the hospital wing. Sunlight. White sheets. The smell of clean linen and something medicinal. He was lying in a bed near the window and every part of his body hurt in a specific, thorough way that meant he'd pushed well past his limits and was now paying the bill. His glasses were on the nightstand. He reached for them and found that his right hand was bandaged, the cut on his forearm, properly dressed. His left hand closed on something warm. A human hand, holding his. He turned his head. Maggie Hale was sitting in a chair beside his bed. She was wearing her navy coat. Her reading glasses were on their chain around her neck. She had dark circles under her eyes and her hair was slightly less immaculate than usual and she was holding his hand with both of hers and looking at him with an expression that contained approximately 30 years of professional composure stretched very thin over a depth of feeling that Harry had never seen on her face before. "Hi, Mags," he croaked. Her composure cracked. Just for a second, a blink, a tightening of the jaw, a brightness in her eyes that she blinked away with the efficiency of someone who had not cried in public since 1987 and did not intend to start now. "You reckless, brilliant, impossible boy," she said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. "How did you get into Hogwarts?" "I walked through the front door. The wards apparently couldn't decide what to do with me, they're designed to repel hostile muggles, and I wasn't hostile, so they settled for making me mildly nauseous for 20 minutes. I found a very alarmed Professor McGonagall, showed her a letter you'd written to me in your own handwriting, and told her that if she didn't take me to you immediately I would dismantle this castle stone by stone with my bare hands. She's a sensible woman. She took me to you. How long have I been out?" 3 days. 3, Harry tried to sit up. Maggie pressed him gently back down. "Ron and Hermione are fine. Mr. Weasley had a concussion and a cracked skull, healed within hours, apparently magical medicine is rather good at that. Miss Granger hasn't left the corridor outside the hospital wing except to eat. Your friend Mr. Weasley attempted to bring you a chess set this morning and was removed by Madame Pomfrey with considerable force." Harry almost smiled. "And the stone?" Maggie reached into her coat pocket and produced a small object wrapped in a handkerchief. She unwrapped it. The philosopher's stone sat in her palm, blood red, catching the sunlight. "Dumbledore removed it from your pocket after you were found. He and I have had several conversations about it since. He's agreed to return it to Nicholas Flamel for destruction, on the grounds that an immortality device is too dangerous to exist. I've agreed not to raise the question of why he hid it in a school full of children. For now. For now. For now. We have bigger things to discuss, and I needed him cooperative, not defensive." She wrapped the stone back up and returned it to her pocket. "Harry. The Wraith. Voldemort's Wraith. Tell me what happened." Harry told her. All of it. The mirror, the confrontation, the revelation about the prophecy, the fight, the touch that had destroyed Quirrell. He told it clearly and in order, the way she'd taught him to debrief, and he watched her face as the information landed. When he got to the prophecy, Maggie's expression went flat. Not angry, operational. The face she wore when a piece of intelligence changed the shape of a problem. "A prophecy," she said. "Spoken before your birth. Recorded by Dumbledore. Predicting that you would be the one to defeat Voldemort. That's what Voldemort said. I don't know if it's true, prophecies might be nonsense for all I know. But Voldemort believes it, and he acted on it, and that's what got my parents killed. And Dumbledore knows about this prophecy. Dumbledore recorded it. He's known from the beginning. He's known why Voldemort came for me, and he never told me." Maggie was quiet for a long time. Her thumb traced small circles on the back of Harry's hand. "I need to speak with him," she said. "He'll try to manage you. He's welcome to try." The door to the hospital wing opened. Albus Dumbledore walked in. He looked tired. Not the calculated whimsy he usually projected, actually tired, in the way of an old man who had been carrying too much for too long and was beginning to feel the weight. His robes were plum-colored. His beard was neatly brushed. His eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, moved from Harry to Maggie and registered the held hands, the protective positioning, the clear and unmistakable dynamic of a mother sitting vigil over her child. "Mrs. Hale," Dumbledore said. "I see Harry is awake." "Sit down, Professor," Maggie said. It was not a request. Dumbledore sat. The chair materialized beneath him, conjured, presumably, though Harry hadn't seen him use his wand. The three of them formed a triangle, Harry in the bed, Maggie beside him, Dumbledore across from both. "Harry has told me about the prophecy," Maggie said. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. When they opened, they were grave. "I intended to tell him. When the time was right." The time was right when he was 7 years old and locked in a cupboard, wondering why a madman had murdered his parents. The time was right when he arrived at this school and you sent a man possessed by Voldemort into a classroom full of children. The time was right at any point during the past 11 years when you chose secrecy over honesty and called it protection. Dumbledore didn't flinch. But he didn't deflect either. He sat in his conjured chair and absorbed it, and Harry saw the man processing in real time, not the words, but the fact that someone was saying them to him. Someone who wasn't afraid. Someone who couldn't be managed. "You're right," Dumbledore said. "I have made errors. Errors of judgment, errors of compassion, errors born of the belief that I knew best. I do not offer excuses. I offer context, if you'll hear it." "I'll hear it," Maggie said. "And then I'll decide what to do with it." Dumbledore told them about the prophecy. The full text, spoken by Sybil Trelawney in a dingy pub in Hogsmeade, overheard by a Death Eater who carried it to Voldemort. The Dark Lord's interpretation, that the prophesied child must be destroyed before it could destroy him. The choice between two possible children, both born at the end of July. The attack on the Potters. The sacrifice. The survival. He told them about the Horcruxes. Not all of it. Harry could tell he was holding back, choosing his words with the precision of a man who had been keeping secrets for a century. But the core of it came through. Voldemort had split his soul. Deliberately, through the darkest magic imaginable, he had torn himself apart and hidden the pieces in objects, anchoring himself to life so that even if his body was destroyed, he could not truly die. "That's why the Wraith survived," Harry said. "That's why he's still out there. The Horcruxes are keeping him tethered." "Yes. How many?" "I believe there are 6. Possibly 7. I have been searching for them for years. It is slow, painstaking work, and I have made less progress than I would like." "And the scar," Harry said. His voice was very steady. "My scar is one of them. Isn't it?" The hospital wing went silent. Maggie's hand tightened on his. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. The blue eyes were not twinkling. They were not warm. They were the eyes of a man looking at a child and seeing a problem that had no good solution. "I don't know," Dumbledore said. "I suspect. I have suspected for some time. The connection between you and Voldemort, the scar, the pain, the shared wand cores, suggests a bond that goes beyond a simple curse mark. But I have not confirmed it, and I will not act on suspicion." "If it is a Horcrux," Harry said, "what does that mean for me?" "It means we find a way to remove it without harming you. It means I devote every resource I have to solving that problem. It means you are not expendable, Harry, not to me, not to anyone." "With respect, Professor," Maggie said, and her voice could have frozen the lake outside the window, you have spent 11 years treating this child as expendable. You left him with abusers. You hid a deadly artifact in his school. You allowed a Voldemort-possessed teacher into his classroom. You engineered a confrontation between an 11-year-old and a Dark Lord. If Harry is not expendable, you have a peculiar way of showing it. Dumbledore absorbed this. He didn't argue. He didn't defend. And in his silence, Harry saw something he hadn't expected to see from the most powerful wizard in Britain. Shame. Mrs. Hale, Dumbledore said quietly. I am 110 years old. I have been fighting dark wizards for the better part of a century. In that time, I have made decisions that saved thousands and decisions that destroyed individuals, and I have told myself that the mathematics of it justified the cost. I am not certain of that anymore. Your son, he caught himself. Corrected himself. Didn't correct himself. Harry has shown me something I had forgotten. That the individual matters. That the child in the cupboard is not a variable in an equation. He is a person. And I failed him. The word son hung in the air between them. Maggie's hand, still holding Harry's, trembled almost imperceptibly. Then stop failing him, Maggie said. Work with me. Not above me, not around me. With me. Share what you know. Accept help from people who don't have wands but do have resources and expertise and a functioning moral compass. And protect this child, not as a weapon, not as a chess piece, but as a boy who deserves to live. Dumbledore looked at her. Then at Harry. Then back at her. You are quite remarkable, Mrs. Hale. I'm quite serious, Professor. I know. That's what makes you remarkable. He stood. The chair vanished. I accept your terms. Full cooperation. Full transparency. You will know what I know, when I know it. And in return, I ask only one thing. Name it. Trust that I am trying. I may fail. I have failed. But I am trying. Maggie studied him. Harry watched her study him, the careful, thorough way she assessed a source, looking for deception, for performance, for the gap between what was said and what was meant. All right, she said. We'll try. Dumbledore nodded. He turned to Harry. I am glad you are alive, Harry. Genuinely glad. And I am sorry, for the cupboard, for the Dursleys, for all of it. I cannot undo it. But I can do better. And I will. He walked out of the hospital wing. The door closed softly behind him. Harry and Maggie sat in the silence. Sunlight moved across the white sheets. Outside, Harry could hear birds, and the distant shouts of students on the grounds, and the deep, humming pulse of Hogwarts' ancient magic. Do you believe him? Harry asked. I believe he means it. Whether he can sustain it is another question. Old habits are the hardest to break, especially for brilliant people who've been right more often than they've been wrong. The Horcrux thing. The scar. Maggie's hand tightened again. We'll deal with it. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we will deal with it. You are not going to be sacrificed on anyone's altar, Harry. Not Dumbledore's. Not Voldemort's. Not Fate's. Do you hear me? I hear you. Good. Now lie back down. You've been unconscious for 3 days and you look terrible. You're a very comforting person, Maggie. I'm not paid to be comforting. I'm paid to be effective. Lie down. He lay down. She pulled the blanket up. She didn't let go of his hand. In the corridor outside the hospital wing, he could hear Ron's voice arguing with Madame Pomfrey about visiting hours, and Hermione's voice trying to mediate, and the shuffle of feet that meant his friends were close and worried and refusing to leave. Harry closed his eyes. The sun was warm on his face. His scar ached dully, a reminder of the war that was coming, the Horcruxes that needed finding, the enemy that was still out there, wounded and furious and too broken to die. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, Maggie was here. His friends were here. He was alive. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Chapter 6, New Rules. Harry spent 4 more days in the hospital wing, which was 3.5 more than he wanted and exactly what Madame Pomfrey insisted upon. The matron was a force of nature, short, brisk, and possessed of a medical authority so absolute that even Dumbledore deferred to it. She regrew the tissue on Harry's forearm in an hour, force-fed him potions that tasted like liquid chalk and worked like miracles, and threatened to hex anyone who disturbed her patient before she deemed him ready. Maggie stayed. She'd commandeered a guest room in the castle. McGonagall had arranged it with a thin-lipped expression that suggested she had many questions and was choosing to ask none of them yet, and she came to the hospital wing each morning at 7 and left each evening at 9, and in between, she sat beside Harry's bed and they talked. Not debriefs. Not intelligent summaries. They just talked, about the year, about his classes, about Ron and Hermione and how strange and wonderful it was to have real friends his own age who argued about homework and ate too many sweets and didn't know anything about tradecraft or operational security. She told him about Ashworth, who was at the cottage and climbing the walls with worry. She told him about Chen, who had mapped the entire underground structure of Gringotts from the description Harry had sent in an October letter and was insufferably pleased with himself about it. She told him about the fishbowl team, who had sent a card that read "Get well soon, Asset Potter," which was their idea of humor. She told him she was proud of him. She said it simply, without preamble, the way she said everything that mattered, direct, undecorated, true. I watched you grow from a boy in a cupboard to someone who faced down the darkest wizard in living memory and didn't blink, she said. I know what that took. I know what it cost. And I am prouder than I have words for. Harry looked at the ceiling and blinked several times and said, "You're going to make me cry in front of Madame Pomfrey and she'll add another week to my sentence." Then don't cry. Stiff upper lip. You're British. Half British. The other half is pure chaos. Accurate. Ron and Hermione were allowed in on the second day, after Madame Pomfrey extracted a solemn promise that they would not excite her patient, which they immediately broke by both trying to talk at once. Ron had a bandage around his head that he was clearly proud of. He'd turned it into a badge of honor within Gryffindor Tower, telling increasingly elaborate versions of the chess game to anyone who'd listen. The White Queen came at me like a freight train, he told Harry, leaning back in the visitor's chair with the casual ease of a war hero at a pub. But I'd already seen it, you know. 12 moves ahead. Sacrificed myself for the greater good. You got whacked in the head by a stone chess piece. Heroically. I was heroically whacked. Hermione sat on the edge of the bed with a stack of notes she'd compiled during Harry's unconsciousness, every assignment he'd missed, every class summary, every reading, organized chronologically and color-coded. She presented them with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who expressed love through meticulous academic documentation. You haven't missed anything critical, she said. Exams are next week, but Professor McGonagall told me they're excusing you from the practical components. You'll only need to do the written papers. Hermione, I fought Voldemort 4 days ago. I think I can manage a written exam. I'm just saying you should still study. Maintaining academic standards is important even after near-death experiences. Ron caught Harry's eye across the bed. Harry caught Ron's. They both carefully did not laugh, because Hermione was serious and she cared, and that was precisely what made her magnificent. On the 4th day, Madame Pomfrey released him with a final examination, 3 restorative potions, and a stern lecture about the importance of rest that Harry received with polite attention and no intention of following. He walked out of the hospital wing into the corridor and found the castle waiting for him. It felt different. Not physically, the stones were the same, the portraits still moved, the staircases still shifted with their maddening, playful unpredictability. But Harry's relationship to the place had changed. He'd bled for this castle. He'd fought in its depths and carried its secrets in his pocket and felt its magic recognize him in the voice of a sentient hat. Hogwarts was no longer a school he attended. It was a place that belonged to him, in some way he couldn't fully articulate, and he to it. He walked the corridors and let himself feel it, the deep, humming resonance of ancient magic in every stone, the way the torches brightened slightly as he passed, the way the castle seemed to breathe around him. Whatever the Sorting Hat had meant about Hogwarts recognizing him, it was real. He could feel the castle's awareness, vast and slow and oddly warm, like being inside the mind of something very old that was pleased to have him home. The last week of term passed in a blur of exams, packing, and the particular bittersweet energy of a school year ending. The great hall was decorated in Gryffindor colors for the end-of-year feast. They'd won the House Cup, mostly on the strength of the last-minute points Dumbledore had awarded for what he described, with characteristic understatement, as the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, and the use of cool logic in the face of fire, and outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary danger. Ron had gone incandescent. Hermione had applauded with her hands above her head. Neville Longbottom, who tried to stop them leaving the common room that night and earned 10 points for standing up to his friends, looked like he might actually faint from shock. Harry accepted his points with a nod and a small smile, and the Privet thought that Dumbledore was still performing, still shaping narrative, still using public moments to construct the story he wanted told. But the story, this time, was one Harry didn't mind. His friends deserved recognition. They'd earned it. After the feast, Harry found Dumbledore waiting for him in the entrance hall. The headmaster looked better than he had in the hospital wing, rested, restored, the familiar twinkle back in his eyes. But there was something different underneath it now. A carefulness that hadn't been there before. An awareness that the child in front of him was not going to be handled. "A word before you leave, Harry." "Of course, Professor." They walked to the lake. It was evening, the sky a deepening blue, the water glass smooth and shot through with the last copper light of the sun. The giant squid was visible as a slow shadow beneath the surface. The castle rose behind them, towers black against the sky. "Mrs. Hale and I have reached an agreement," Dumbledore said. "She is a formidable negotiator. I suspect she could have made Minister for Magic in another life. She'd have been terrifyingly good at it." "Indeed. The terms are these: I will share all intelligence regarding Voldemort, the Horcruxes, and the prophecy with Mrs. Hale and her team. In return, she will share her resources and analytical capabilities with me. We will coordinate efforts to locate and destroy the Horcruxes. And Harry, you will be informed of everything. No more secrets. No more strategic ignorance. And the scar?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The lake lapped gently at the shore. "I have reached out to every expert I know. Curse breakers, healers, scholars of the darkest magic. If there is a way to remove what Voldemort left in you without harm, we will find it. You have my word, and I understand that my word must be rebuilt with you, brick by brick." "I accept that." Harry nodded. He looked out over the lake, at the mountains beyond, at the vast Scottish sky. "Professor. The prophecy says I'm the one who has to face him. It says you have the power to vanquish him. That is not quite the same thing as saying you must face him alone. But it will come to that. Eventually. He'll come back, and when he does, it's me. When he comes back, it will be you and everyone who stands with you. I spent too many years believing that the weight of the world must rest on one pair of shoulders. Mrs. Hale has shown me the value of distributed load-bearing." The faintest smile. She used that exact phrase, in fact. Very military. "That's Maggie." They stood in silence for a moment. Two figures by the lake, one old and one young, both carrying knowledge that would crush most people and choosing to carry it anyway. "Enjoy your summer, Harry," Dumbledore said. "You've earned it." "I intend to." The Hogwarts Express left the next morning. Harry sat in the same compartment where he'd started the year, with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, and the countryside unrolling outside the window like a green carpet being pulled back to reveal the ordinary world beneath. They talked about summer plans. Ron was going home to the Burrow. Hermione was going to France with her parents. Harry was going home to Maggie and Ashworth and the cottage in Oxfordshire, though he described it simply as home with my family, and left the details vague. He'd been thinking about this. About what to tell them. About how much truth his friendships could bear. The decision had been forming since the hospital wing, since Maggie had sat beside his bed and held his hand and Dumbledore had stood in front of them both and agreed to a new way of operating. The old rules, secrecy, compartmentalization, need to know, had served their purpose. They'd kept Harry safe and given him an advantage. But they'd also put a wall between him and the people closest to him, and walls worked both ways. They kept threats out, but they also kept trust from growing. Ron and Hermione had gone through the trapdoor with him. Ron had taken a stone queen to the head. Hermione had stayed with him in a corridor full of unconscious troll while Harry walked into the dark alone. They'd earned the truth. Or at least, a version of it. "I need to tell you both something," Harry said. Ron stopped mid-bite of a pumpkin pasty. Hermione looked up from the book she'd been pretending to read. "That sounds ominous," Ron said. "It's not ominous. It's just, complicated." Harry took a breath. "The Muggles who raised me before the Dursleys. The family I live with now. They're not ordinary people. Maggie, the woman you saw in the hospital wing, she works for the British government. She's an intelligence officer." Silence. Ron looked blank. Hermione's eyes went very wide. "Intelligence officer," Hermione repeated slowly. "You mean, MI6? Yes. Your guardian is a spy. She's more of a spy manager. But yes." Ron looked between them. "What's MI6? Muggle Secret Service," Hermione said automatically. "They handle foreign intelligence, national security, counterterrorism. She turned to Harry. "They're the most powerful intelligence agency in the United Kingdom. And they know about the wizarding world?" Ron said, catching on faster than his bewildered expression suggested. "They know because I told them. When I was 7. I called a government tip line because the Dursleys were beating me, and I mentioned the accidental magic, and Maggie investigated, and she found all of it. Diagon Alley, the Ministry, Hogwarts. Everything." The compartment was very quiet. Outside, sheep dotted a hillside. A river glinted in the sun. "How long?" Hermione asked. "How long have they been investigating?" "For years. Since I was 7. They've been mapping the wizarding world, building intelligence profiles, developing an understanding of magical society. I've been part of it. Not as a tool, as a participant. Maggie raised me. She trained me. Everything I can do, the wandless magic, the way I think, the way I handled Quirrell, it's because of her." Ron was staring at him with an expression that was cycling through about 15 emotions simultaneously. "You're telling me that the Muggle government knows about us? About all of us? And they've been watching? Not maliciously. They're not planning an invasion, Ron. They're trying to understand. Think about it from their perspective. There's an entire hidden civilization inside their borders, with capabilities that could be strategic threats or strategic assets, and they knew nothing about it. Of course they investigated. But the statute of secrecy is a wizarding law. It has no authority over the Muggle government. Maggie's position is that her first obligation is to the safety of the United Kingdom, which includes both the magical and non-magical populations. She's not trying to expose the wizarding world. She's trying to establish a working relationship." Hermione was processing. Harry could practically see the gears turning. "That's why you knew so much. From the very beginning. The history, the politics, the social dynamics, you'd already been briefed. I'd been briefed on everything Mrs. Figg could tell us, and everything we could piece together from external observation. Coming to Hogwarts was partly about education and partly about intelligence gathering, Hermione finished. You were an operative. An 11-year-old operative. That makes it sound more dramatic than it was. I was a kid going to school who happened to be paying very close attention. Ron stood up. He paced the length of the compartment, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. His face was working through something, and Harry waited, because this was the moment that mattered. Not the facts, Ron could handle facts. The question was whether Ron could handle the idea that his best friend had been keeping secrets. The chess, Ron said suddenly. What? In the chamber. You let me lead the chess game. You could probably have found a way through yourself, blown the pieces apart, flown over the board, something. But you let me do it. I let you do it because you're better at chess than I am. That wasn't strategy, Ron. That was me trusting my friend. Ron stopped pacing. He looked at Harry. The freckled face was serious in a way Harry had rarely seen, stripped of humor, stripped of deflection, just Ron. Were we real? Ron asked. The friendship. Was that real? Or was it, Ron? Harry's voice was firm. You're my best mate. You've been my best mate since the train. That has nothing to do with MI6 or Maggie or any of it. I didn't choose to sit with you because someone told me to. I chose you because you shared your sandwiches and made me laugh and never once tried to be anything other than exactly who you are. That's real. That's the most real thing in my life. Ron's ears went red. He sat back down. Okay, he said. Okay. I believe you. But if your spy grandmother tries to recruit me, I want hazard pay. Harry grinned. I'll pass that along. Hermione had been quiet through this exchange, which was unusual enough to be noteworthy. She was sitting with her hands folded in her lap and her brow furrowed and the expression she wore when she was building a mental model of something large and complicated. Harry, she said. This changes things. You know that. I know. If the Muggle government is aware of the wizarding world, and if they're building an intelligence capability around it, and if Dumbledore is cooperating, that's a fundamental shift in the relationship between the two worlds. The statute of secrecy is the foundation of wizarding society. If it erodes, it won't erode. Not publicly. Maggie has no interest in mass disclosure. She understands that panic helps no one. What she wants, what we want, is a back channel. A way for the two worlds to communicate, cooperate, and protect each other. Especially now, with Voldemort still out there. The Muggle government is going to help fight Voldemort. The Muggle government is going to help us understand him, find his Horcruxes, and develop strategies that the wizarding world alone can't. They have resources, Hermione. Analytical capabilities, surveillance technology, institutional knowledge about fighting asymmetric threats. Voldemort is a terrorist. MI6 has been fighting terrorists for decades. Hermione was quiet for another long moment. Then she nodded, slowly, with the deliberate precision of someone who had weighed the evidence and reached a conclusion. I want to help, she said. Whatever you're doing, whatever Maggie's doing. I want to be part of it. Me too, Ron said immediately. Don't you dare leave me out. Harry looked at them, his two friends, sitting in a train compartment as the countryside rolled past, volunteering to step into something larger and more dangerous than anything they'd imagined when they'd walked through the barrier at platform 9 3/4 9 months ago. I'll talk to Maggie, he said. No promises. She's careful about who she trusts. She trusted you when you were 7, Hermione pointed out. I was very persuasive. You were a traumatized child who called a phone number from a payphone. That's not persuasion, Harry. That's courage. Harry didn't have an answer for that. So he ate a chocolate frog and changed the subject to Quidditch, and Ron took the bait gratefully, and Hermione rolled her eyes and went back to her book, and the train carried them south through the summer afternoon toward London. King's Cross Station was the usual chaos of reunions. Parents hugging children. Trunks being loaded onto trolleys. Owls hooting indignantly in their cages. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 disgorging wizarding families into the Muggle world, where they blinked in the fluorescent light and tried to remember how normal people dressed. Ron's family was there in force, a red-headed swarm that Harry spotted from 50 meters. Mrs. Weasley was round, warm, and already crying. Mr. Weasley was thin, balding, and examining a ticket machine with naked fascination. The twins were doing something to Percy's trunk that would probably result in an explosion. Ginny, the youngest, was hiding behind her mother and peeking out at the emerging students with enormous brown eyes. Ron dragged Harry over. "Mum, this is Harry. Harry Potter." Mrs. Weasley's face did the thing that faces did when they heard his name, the widening eyes, the glance at the forehead, the rapid recalibration. But she recovered faster than most, and what came after the recognition was something simpler and warmer, a mother's assessment. Is this child fed? Is this child safe? Is this child loved? "Harry, dear," she said, and her voice was so kind it made something ache in his chest. "Ron's told us so much about you. You're welcome at the Burrow anytime, you know that." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. That means a lot. Mr. Weasley shook his hand with the enthusiasm of a man who just discovered something delightful. "Harry Potter. Wonderful to meet you. Ron says you were raised by Muggles. Tell me, have you ever used a rubber duck?" "What exactly is the function of a rubber duck?" "Entertainment, mostly," Harry said. "And bath time companionship." Mr. Weasley looked like Christmas had come early. Hermione's parents were nearby, a sensible-looking couple in matching anoraks who were handling the existence of a magical train platform with the calm professionalism of two people who'd been handling the impossible since their daughter first levitated the cat. Hermione hugged Harry fiercely, whispered, "Write to me," and disappeared into the crowd with her parents. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "See you over summer, yeah. Mum'll send an invite to the Burrow." "I'd like that." "And Harry, thanks for telling us about all of it. Thanks for not freaking out." "Oh, I'm freaking out. I'm just doing it internally." "Very British." Ron grinned, punched his arm, and was swallowed by the Weasley swarm. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier and back into Muggle King's Cross. The shift was instantaneous, the smell of coffee and diesel, the announcement boards, the commuters moving with the distracted urgency of people who had somewhere to be and would prefer to already be there. Maggie was waiting by the departures board. She was wearing the navy coat. Her reading glasses were on their chain. She looked exactly like what she was pretending to be, an ordinary woman picking up her nephew from school, and nothing like what she actually was, which was the most dangerous person in the station. Ashworth was leaning against a pillar beside her, eating a sandwich. He was wearing the dad khakis again. He looked up when Harry appeared and his face broke into the broad, uncomplicated grin of a man who'd been counting the days. Harry walked up to them. Maggie took one handle of the trolley. Ashworth took the other. They walked together through King's Cross, past the ticket barriers, out into the London afternoon, and Harry felt the tension of 10 months loosen from his shoulders like a physical weight being lifted. He was home. Not the building, the people. The car was parked in the short-stay lot. Ashworth loaded the trunk while Maggie drove, navigating London traffic with the calm ferocity of someone who'd driven through worse in cities that were actively exploding. Harry sat in the back seat and watched the city scroll past and felt the unfamiliar luxury of having nothing to do, nowhere to be, and no one trying to kill him. "Ashworth," he said. "I fought a Dark Lord. I heard. Maggie gave me the debrief. Sounds like you handled yourself. He burned when he touched me. Some kind of love-based protection from my mother. My hands were on fire and he was crumbling, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, and I didn't let go. Ashworth was quiet for a moment. Then, that's the hardest part of any fight. Not starting. Not winning. Holding on when every instinct tells you to let go. You did that at 11. Took me until 26. You were a late bloomer. Oi. Respect your elders. They drove west, out of London, through the suburbs, into the green. The Oxfordshire countryside opened up around them, rolling hills, hedgerows, the golden late afternoon light that made England look like a painting of itself. The cottage appeared at the end of a lane, small and solid, smoke curling from the chimney because someone had lit the fire even though it was June. Harry got out of the car. He stood in the lane and looked at the cottage, the front garden Ashworth kept meaning to weed, the window box Maggie had planted with herbs that she talked to when she thought no one was listening, the red door with the brass knocker, and something in him that had been clenched tight for 10 months finally, fully, completely relaxed. Inside, the cottage was exactly as he'd left it. His books on the shelves. The height chart on the kitchen doorframe. Maggie's tea collection. Ashworth's running shoes by the back door. The chess set on the sitting room table, pieces still in the positions from their last game. The smell of wood smoke and old paper and something baking. Ashworth had put a cake in the oven before they left for King's Cross, because Ashworth believed that homecomings required cake. Harry sat at the kitchen table. Maggie put the kettle on. Ashworth cut the cake, chocolate, slightly lopsided, with "Welcome Home Harry" written in icing that had dripped sideways. "Your handwriting is atrocious," Maggie told Ashworth. "It's a cake, not a diplomatic dispatch." "Standards, Captain. Standards." They ate cake and drank tea, and Harry told them about the train ride. About telling Ron and Hermione. About their reactions, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's analytical mind, both of them volunteering before he'd even asked. Maggie listened carefully. "You trusted them with operational information. I trusted them with the truth. There's a difference. They're not agents, Maggie. They're my friends. And they're going to be part of this whether we plan for it or not, because that's what friends do." Maggie looked at him for a long moment. He could see her calculating, the intelligence officer weighing risk and reward, security and exposure. But underneath the calculation, something else. Pride, maybe. Recognition that the boy she'd raised had good judgment about people. "I'd like to meet them properly," she said. "Over the summer. Informally. Ron's invited me to his house. The Burrow. His family's good people, they fought against Voldemort in the First War. I know. I have a file on Arthur Weasley." "Of course you do. And Miss Granger? Muggle-born. Both parents are dentists. She's the smartest person I've ever met who isn't you." Maggie raised an eyebrow. High praise. Accurately placed. After the cake, after the tea, after the long slow slide of evening into dusk, Harry went upstairs to his room. His room. Not a dormitory, not a hospital bed, not a cupboard. His room, with his books and his desk and his window that looked out over the garden where he'd learned to levitate stones and teleport between oak trees. He sat on the bed. The holly wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it, but it was there, warm and familiar, humming softly. He set it on the nightstand. Took off his glasses. Rubbed his eyes. The scar ached. Not the sharp, searing pain of Voldemort's proximity, a dull, constant pressure, like a bruise that wouldn't heal. The reminder. The connection. The piece of a monster that might be lodged in his skull. He thought about that. Let himself sit with it. The fear, the uncertainty, the vast and terrifying possibility that he carried a fragment of the thing that had destroyed his family. It was the kind of knowledge that could eat you alive if you let it, could become the only thing you thought about, the dark gravity that pulled every other thought into its orbit. Harry let it sit. He didn't push it away and he didn't drown in it. He acknowledged it the way Maggie had taught him to acknowledge any intelligence that changed the operational picture: note it, assess it, integrate it, move forward. He was not a Horcrux. He was a boy who might have one stuck in his scar. There was a difference. The Horcrux was an unwanted passenger. Harry was the driver. And he had people working on it now. Dumbledore, with his century of magical knowledge. Maggie, with her analytical resources. The combined forces of the Wizarding and Muggle worlds, cooperating for the first time in history, aimed at the same problem. He wasn't alone. That was the thing that mattered. He had never been alone, not really, not since a 7-year-old boy picked up a payphone and a woman with sharp eyes answered. He lay back on the bed. The ceiling was familiar, he'd stared at it 1,000 times, thinking, planning, dreaming. The walls were lined with books he'd read and books he hadn't and books he'd read twice. His Hogwarts trunk sat by the door, still packed, full of magical textbooks and potion ingredients and a battered pair of Quidditch gloves. Tomorrow, he'd unpack. Tomorrow, he'd start summer training with Ashworth. Tomorrow, he'd write to Ron and Hermione and begin the process of integrating them into what Maggie was building. Tomorrow, there would be work to do. Tonight, he was 11 years old, and he was home, and there was cake downstairs and people who loved him and a bed that wasn't a cupboard and a future that wasn't written by anyone but himself. He closed his eyes. In the kitchen below, he could hear Maggie and Ashworth talking quietly, the low murmur of two people who'd spent 4 years building something together and weren't done yet. He heard Maggie laugh, rare and real, the laugh she only used when she meant it. He heard Ashworth say something that made her laugh again. The sound settled around him like a blanket. The cottage creaked in the wind. An owl hooted somewhere in the garden, a Hogwarts owl, probably, already carrying letters between the worlds. Harry slept. Deeply, dreamlessly, the way you sleep when you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Maggie didn't sleep. She sat in the kitchen after Ashworth went to bed, the way she had 4 years ago on the first night, at the same table, with the same laptop, and a pot of tea that she refreshed twice. The house was quiet. The boy was safe upstairs. The world was, for this one evening, as close to right as she could make it. She opened her laptop and began to type. The document was titled Operation Looking Glass, Year 1 Assessment. It was the most significant intelligence assessment she'd ever written, and she'd written assessments that had changed foreign policy and redirected military operations and ended careers. This one was different. This one was about the future. She wrote about the wizarding world as she now understood it, not the cartoon version, not the fairy tale, but the real thing. A society with extraordinary capabilities and profound structural weaknesses. A feudal power structure masquerading as democracy. A population that had been isolated from the modern world for so long that it had lost the ability to see itself clearly. A coming war that would affect both worlds whether the Muggle world knew about it or not. She wrote about Dumbledore. The agreement they'd reached. The unprecedented cooperation between a Muggle intelligence service and the most powerful wizard alive. The opportunities it presented and the risks it carried, because Dumbledore was brilliant and well-intentioned and had spent a century operating without accountability, and old habits died hard even in the best of men. She wrote about Voldemort. The Horcruxes. The intelligence problem they represented, objects of unknown nature, hidden in unknown locations, requiring magical means to destroy. She wrote about the analytical framework her team would build to track them. Cross-referencing wizarding history with Voldemort's known biography. Identifying locations of significance. Building a psychological profile of a man who feared death so profoundly that he'd torn his own soul to pieces to avoid it. She wrote about the prophecy. A child marked as the destined opponent of a Dark Lord. The weight of that, the cruelty of it, the cosmic unfairness of placing the fate of a civilization on the shoulders of a boy who'd already suffered more than any child should. She wrote about her determination to change the terms of the equation. The prophecy said Harry had the power. It didn't say he had to use it alone. It didn't say he had to sacrifice himself. It didn't say the institutions around him couldn't help. The prophecy was a starting point. Maggie intended to rewrite the ending. She wrote about Harry. This was the hardest part. She'd written about him before, in reports, assessments, operational summaries. Always in the language of intelligence work. Subject. Asset. Person of interest. Clinical terms for a clinical context. Tonight, she wrote about her son. Not legally. Not biologically. But in every way that counted, in every way that 4 years of meals and conversations and midnight vigils and fierce, quiet love had built, Harry Potter was her son. She'd watched him grow from a flinching, starving child into someone who could face the darkest wizard in history and say this is what love does. She'd given him everything she had, her knowledge, her skills, her protection, her heart, and he'd taken it all and become something greater than the sum of its parts. He was 11. He had a scar on his forehead that might contain a piece of a monster's soul. He had enemies who would kill him if they could and allies who would sacrifice him if they thought they had to. He had a war coming that he hadn't chosen and couldn't avoid. And he had her. For whatever that was worth, a middle-aged woman with no magic and a career built on secrets and a heart that she thought was fully armored until a boy in a cupboard cracked it wide open. She closed the laptop. Took off her glasses. Pressed her palms against her eyes and sat in the dark kitchen and let herself feel all of it, the fear, the love, the determination, the weight of what was coming. Then she opened her eyes. Put her glasses back on. Opened the laptop. There was a file on the desktop she hadn't opened yet. Chen had sent it that morning, flagged urgent. She'd been saving it for after Harry was settled. She opened it. Riddle, Thomas Marvolo. The file was thick, thicker than it had been last month. Chen had been working. Cross-referencing Muggle records with the intelligence Dumbledore had begun sharing. Birth records. Orphanage records. School records from a place called Wool's Orphanage in London, where a boy named Tom Riddle had grown up in the 1930s and 1940s, before vanishing into the wizarding world and emerging decades later as Lord Voldemort. Chen had found something. A property record. A house in Little Hangleton, a village in the English countryside, registered to a family called Gaunt. The Gaunts were connected to the Riddle family through Tom's mother, Mara P. Gaunt, who had married, or enchanted, a local Muggle named Tom Riddle Sr. The house was abandoned. Had been for decades. But Chen's satellite analysis showed something unusual about the location. Thermal signatures that didn't match an empty building. Electromagnetic anomalies that didn't match any known technology. A possible Horcrux location. The first lead. Maggie read the file twice. Made notes. Cross-referenced with Dumbledore's preliminary intelligence on the Horcruxes. The pieces were beginning to fit. She closed the file. Opened a new document. Operation Looking Glass, Phase 2, Horcrux Hunt. Classification, above top secret. She began to type. Outside, the Oxfordshire night was dark and quiet and full of stars. The cottage sat in it like a small warm thing, windows glowing, chimney trailing the last wisps of smoke. An ordinary house in an ordinary village, holding extraordinary people and the opening moves of a war that would determine the fate of 2 worlds. Upstairs, Harry slept. Downstairs, Maggie worked. The war wasn't over. It was only just beginning. But for the first time, the people fighting it had something they'd never had before, each other. A bridge between worlds. A family built not from blood but from choice. An 11-year-old boy with green eyes and a lightning scar who had walked into the darkness and walked back out again, and a woman who would burn the world down before she let the darkness take him. Maggie typed. The cursor blinked. The clock ticked past midnight into a new day. She paused. Looked up from the screen, through the kitchen window, at the garden where Harry had learned to use his power. The oak tree. The stone wall. The patch of grass where he'd landed in the rose bush attempting his first deliberate apparition and come up grinning with thorns in his hair. She smiled. The crooked one. The real one. Then she turned back to the screen and kept working. There was so much still to do.